welcome to the show. A child can swallow a big morsel of akme, but not big matters. Welcome. This is GTV Breakfast. Big conversations coming on today's show. What's it like to be intersex?
What is intersex? We
will find out on today's show. I'm speaking to a gentleman who has partially developed ovaries. What's it like? And how did he know that this was happening to him? That's coming on today's show. What else do you have?
I'll be sitting down with the ladies to look at the stories in the newspapers and other online portals. Elena Madeko and Haja Hamdatu Ibrahim will be joining me to look into the papers. Good morning and welcome to GTV Breakfast, made possible by Awake Purified Water and the Donko Next Level Energy Drink.
Hey Val, what's up?
Well, good morning guys. So on this side, I'll be looking at tech area. I'll be looking at mobile phone privacy and how important it is to keep your private stuff private. I'll be doing that with David Jeju right after the news, guys. That's what to expect from my side, and we'll be spicing it up and jazzing it up a bit by looking at traffic. And you can send your comments to our WhatsApp number 05555 Back to you guys.
Okay, so we will be going to Apiati right after the news, which is happening in about 2 minutes, to see what's happened a month after that big explosion that ripped through the community. And towards the end of today's show, we'll be asking the question, should you tell your partner about your past? That's all happening on today's show. 7 o'clock, we do have breakfast sports, but coming up right now is the breakfast news with Mal TT. You stay with us. This is GTV Breakfast. WhatsApp number 055-556-1034. Hashtag GTV Breakfast across all social media portals. Welcome once again to the show.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us on GTV Breakfast News at 6 a.m. I am Multi-Decider Sadek. We'll be looking at the UTAC strike and also other stories. Let's start off with the University Teachers Association of Ghana is expected to call off a strike following a meeting with the Preliminary Committee on Education. Now, UTAG has been on strike for the past 5 weeks over their conditions of service. Earlier this week, the Labour Division of the Accra High Court ordered the teachers to call off the strike. However, the association is yet to do so. Now, after the meeting with the Education Committee, ranking member on the committee, Mr. Peter Nochu Kote, told GBC News that UTAG has shown readiness to call off the strike.
We made some headway by bringing the two parties, and the minister assured us that even if they wanted them to meet this night, they will be ready to do so based on the instructions that we have given them. So they are committed to it, and they have also committed that whatever they will agree on as due the lecturers will take effect from 1st January 2022. Having listened to us, and we saw the atmosphere that prevailed at the end or towards the end of the meeting, they will go by the advice of the committee and then call off the strike. So I think they are committed to it. And as a committee, we'll be surprised if they should go against the advice of the committee. Having listened to them, and they also having listened to us with the frank discussions that took place, and with the commitments from both sides, we believe strongly that by close of tomorrow, they should be able to call the strike. And then, with the condition, that they also gave that condition that the government must be ready to sit down with them within the shortest possible time, then they resolve the matter.
I have given them an assurance that if today they call off the strike, I wouldn't mind asking that we lock ourselves in the room and make sure that we finish negotiations before we come out. So government is ever willing to sit down with UTAG, and we have always demonstrated that willingness to negotiate with them. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House and to assure the country that government is ever ready to jaw with UTAG to bring life back to the universities.
All SIM cards in Ghana must be registered again with only the Ghana card. Yes, only the Ghana card.
You will not be able to make voice calls, use mobile money services, internet, and all other services linked to your SIM card if you don't.
To register, dial *404# and follow the prompts. You will be required to send the following details on your Ghana card: Ghana card number, surname, first name, date of birth, and sex.
You will then receive a special code which you will present to your nearest service provider agent or customer care center for your biometric details to be captured. Remember to add your digital address.
Dial *404# on your phone to start registering your SIM card today.
For more information, contact your service provider on 100 or the National Communications Authority on toll-free number 0800 110622. Register your SIM card to stay connected.
The show was a jar of bar and a dim.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria? Lufat. Lufat.
Injija woman malaria enka won to them. Lufat. Eye malaria drop a.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I Lufat. Lufat. A two malaria sententem. FDA. Ashesa etede inkra toy aja.
Apologize for the break in transmission due to technical hitches, but still on UTAG related issues, the UTAG president for the Tamale campus of the University of Development Studies gets a directive from the national executives. They will remain on strike.
Mentioned that we should take steps to actually call off the industrial action. So until we take those steps, with those at the local level, we cannot actually take any steps on that. We cannot take our own decision and say that we're actually going to call off a strike. And we don't also expect any other person to actually start to issue statements indicating that lectures are actually going to begin. We don't expect anyone to actually indicate that, because who actually took that decision to do what a suspension, and the court also indicated that we should take those steps. So until we take those steps, we don't expect anyone to actually do that. And I think there is still a bit of time for us to do that, because I don't think that the court actually indicated that we should do so immediately.
Now to other stories. Residents in Nabdam district in the Upper East region are complaining about their poor road network. They say the roads get worse in the rainy season. Peter Gengwe from GPC's Upper East office visited the district and has compiled this report.
For the residents is the bad state of the major routes to some of the district's commercial centers. They say in the rainy season especially, it is difficult for them to access basic social amenities. The grievance is that the bad roads are also threatening their lives and properties. The paramount chief of the Sekote traditional area, Naba Asigri Bewong, appealed to the government to quickly intervene with improved roads so farmers can easily transport their produce to other parts of the region.
From Ghana through Zanderugu, Tamalogo, Pirungo. From Pirungo to Yakoto, joining the main road. Then from Pirungo to Sokoto should also be rehabilitated. So I want to appeal to government to complete the road.
For many years, the Zanderugu-Damolgo-Pilingo stretch of road has remained unmotorable. Traders from Bolgatanga are forced to use the Congo-Nangode-Yakote road to gain access to the biggest Pilingo market in the district. The Pilingo to Sekote road has deep, dangerous curves and is very narrow for drivers and motor riders. Some road users who spoke to GBC News said they become dirty whenever they travel on these roads to work.
When you are riding, whether you're a motorbike or a car, and somebody is behind you, the dark is too much. You cannot see the front or the back.
When you're going to what? Occasion, you can use a white shirt or anything that is nice for you. For now, look at the way I dress. From here to here, I'm already dirty.
When we are carrying pregnant women as well as sick people, it's always a very challenging thing that we are going through. But we are left with no option than to manage the road that way. It is actually our wish that government will pay quick attention to it for us.
The Nabdam District Chief Executive, Madam Agnes Anamo, said her office is working hard to get these roads fixed in the shortest possible time. She pleaded with the people to be a bit more patient and support her to get the job done.
It was just last month we went to the minister too.
and spoke about these roads. And these were the same roads I complained as myself and the paramount chiefs went. Then I told them, they said, okay, as for those roads, they have been constructed, and very soon contractors will be on site.
The people say due to the dust from the roads, they always catch colds and are unable to wear white clothes. So until the roads are fixed, these problems, including the extremely bad situation in the rainy season, will remain on the top of their priority list. Peter Agengre, GBC News, Nabdam District.
Away from road infrastructure, the words of Psalm 100 verse 4 were brought to life when management and staff of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation held their annual Thanksgiving service to appreciate God as individuals and also as for His grace and mercy over the past year. The theme for the gathering, in His presence, was Enter His gates with thanksgiving in your heart.
The worshippers experienced the visitation of the Lord as the GBC Evergreen Choir and a gospel musician, Ekuya Sika Ejapon, led in soul-lifting song ministration and songs of worship. The parish priest of the Queen of Peace Catholic Church, Medina, Reverend Father Anthony Didongo, emphasized the importance of thanksgiving.
In the midst of challenges, society can put pressure. We can lose focus and say, yes, all is lost, all is done. But it is even in the midst of challenges and difficulties, when others feel it is not possible, that we give thanks to God so that He Himself will let us know that He is a God who does what He wants to do.
The director of television, Mr. Ebenezer Mpabin, called on the staff to change GBC and the world as they enter His gates with thanksgiving.
If we actually met God with thanksgiving, then we can be confident that GBC is not going to be the same again. Ghana is not going to be the same again. It will reflect in our families, it will reflect in our communities, it will reflect in GBC, and Ghana will be the better for it.
We ask your blessing, Father, upon GBC in the name of
the
Jesus.
General Overseer of the Global Revival Ministries, Reverend Dr. Ampia Kofi, led an intercessory prayer for the country, the political leaders, and GBC.
May your hand be upon every life, your protection be on them, for when they have peace in their homes.
The event was christened Enter His Gates with Thanksgiving in Your Heart.
And on the international front, France President Emmanuel Macron says his country and its allies will withdraw their troops from Mali after almost a decade. The troops have been involved in the fight against Islamist militants in the country. The forces will be redeployed across Africa's Sahel region. Mr. Macron said the decision to leave followed a breakdown in diplomatic relations amid growing hostility from Mali's new governing military junta.
The withdrawal was an acceptance of failure and insisted that France remains committed to combating Islamist insurgencies in the region, adding that Niger had agreed to host some of the withdrawing forces. He said France has played a unifying role in this international mobilization in favor of the Sahel, thus will continue to ensure this unifying role. The move followed a meeting of EU and African leaders at the Elysee Palace. In a statement released on Thursday morning, countries involved in the French-led Tabuka Task Force agreed to set out plans on how to remain in the region, notably Niger and the Gulf of Guinea countries, by June 2022. The decision will have security implications for a number of countries involved in the mission. Meanwhile, Ivory Coast president has warned that the withdrawal of the forces created a vacuum that would increase the burden on regional governments.
Draw the curtain on the bulletin here. I am multi-decider Sadiq. The weather report is up next, after which we'll take a break and GTV Breakfast will be back.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast. Not just any breakfast. Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate should be vegetables.
So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Yeah. Can I show what this person is about?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn. So what's your pleasure than Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning. So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning. It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning.
You want it served buffet style? Complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
I am 7 years old.
Beep, beep, beep.
I am 4 years old.
We are 12 years old.
It's been 1 year since I started my antiretroviral treatment.
You can live a long, productive life with antiretroviral treatment. With antiretroviral treatment, expectant mothers can have healthy HIV-negative babies. Go to the nearest health center, test and know your HIV status. If you are positive, ask about antiretroviral treatment and you will receive help. Antiretroviral treatment is your only option for a long and fulfilling life.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group Celebrate 100 Years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
From GBC Studio One, this is the Breakfast Show.
Welcome. Still GTV Breakfast. We are live on Facebook as the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, live on YouTube as the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. And if you look for the hashtag GTV Breakfast, you can find us on all social media apps, and we are very interactive on Twitter and Instagram as the GBC Ghana and GBC Online. And so today, Friday, for our GTV Breakfast Tech Tips, we are looking at mobile phone piracy. Was the mobile phone designed for piracy? I mean, privacy, I beg your pardon. Sorry, David. So privacy, and how can you private? How can you keep your phones private so that nobody can hack it? Especially in these days where when you do not have your phone, it seems as if you're lost. And none other to have this conversation with me on how to keep our phones private, but the CEO for DK Cyberzone, our in-house tech tip guy, David Jadu. Good morning, David.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Great.
How are you doing this Friday?
I'm blessed. Yourself?
Blessed. And we are choosing violence. Are you choosing violence?
No.
Even you need to choose violence. Right, David. So, what when we say what is mobile phone privacy, what will you say? What is mobile phone privacy?
All right, thank you and good morning. So when you say mobile phone privacy, we mean?
Are you sending someone Momo?
No, really.
Right.
All right. So when you talk about privacy with our mobile phones, we are looking at how we can do or communicate or use our mobile phone without someone intercepting or getting access to what we are doing. So we are talking about having private conversations, able to use our mobile phone without someone or a third person getting to know whatever we are doing. So privacy is very huge, and so I think it's good for us to talk about it this morning.
Okay. This is my phone. It's my personal phone.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be private.
Yeah.
So how does someone get access to my phone first, physically like this, and then get access to whatever is on my phone?
All right, thank you. So, you know, the mobile phones, they've done things to protect it physically. So we have three things like the PIN. You can set with the PIN or the passcode. You can set with the screen lock, or that's the pattern. Or now the iPhone, we have the face lock or the face ID. Those are the things that you can use to protect your phone from other people taking it or stealing from you. And we have other third-party apps that you can also use. Currently, we found out about some app that you can install on your mobile phone. So assuming you go to maybe an open place and you put your phone down and maybe mistakenly you forget and someone should touch your phone. You know the system about the way we put alarm in cars?
Yeah.
Then you see the car starts ringing or making noise. So
Wow.
you can also put that on your phone. Then it maybe starts ringing, like you hear the sound.
As soon as
like
somebody
that.
touches it?
Yes.
And
please.
is that available for both Android and iOS?
Yes, please it is. Yes, please it is.
Can you share the app?
Yes, please I
Yes,
can.
please. So what app is that?
All right, so on Android,
Okay.
Android is Don't Touch My Phone.
On Android is Don't Touch My
Right,
Phone.
yeah, so you go to Play Store, you Don't Touch My Phone, you see that. So whatever you just download it. When you download it, you install, they will ask you of PIN, that is for PIN. So when you put that PIN on it and you set it to start and you put the phone down, when someone should touch it, the person should know the PIN before he can stop the sound.
Until right,
Yeah.
and that's for Android. Don't touch my phone. How about iOS?
So iOS is and let me confirm the iOS version one. Yeah.
Okay. Whilst we are confirming, can our mobile phones give us the privacy we want?
To the user, I would say no. Mobile phones were not designed for privacy. That's what I would say, because there are lots of things that we give out to the developers and the third-party apps, like the third-party companies like Google, Facebook, Instagram, and the rest. And there are other permissions that we give out. I don't know if you've taken note of it. Whenever you are installing an app, they ask you, would you allow it to pick your microphone? You say yes. Would you allow it to pick your camera? You say yes.
Yes.
So you allowing it to pick your microphone, do you know the third person hearing it? Now in iPhone or in other Android, you can do iPhone, we have the Siri that I can call it right now and start. Where is that conversation or where is that voice being kept? You get it. There are a lot of questions we have to start asking ourselves. Now we have a lot of things that these companies are doing for advertisement. That's why now, especially Facebook, right? Anytime maybe you see something, the next time you go, you will just be seeing the same thing going up, like.
Yes,
you understand?
Or you probably have a conversation with somebody over maybe where to get shoes.
Yeah.
You just have the conversation verbally.
Yeah.
And the next time you go on your app, maybe IG on Facebook, you just keep seeing the app and the adverts of shoes. And so that's done from my environment, and it picks from when we allow for access to sound.
Yeah. Do you know even that way away from that? Do you know Facebook, when you are offline on Facebook, we have permission that it has been enabled already that it can keep your offline activities. I mean, when you're not on Facebook and you are just maybe browsing Google, Facebook can keep your offline activities.
Wow.
For advertisement.
Wow.
So these are the things. And when you talk about privacy, people think that some kind of phones, you know, when you talk about phones, we have the popular one being the Android, that is we have from the MediaTek and Samsung. When I say the MediaTek, I'm talking about the Tecno, I'm talking about the Infinix, then the Samsung. Then we have the iOS from the Apple. Then we have another one, that is we have the BlackBerry, but not too common now. Yes, and we have one too for normally for security. Those ones are not much common, and that is for Linux, yeah. But that one is not very common. When you talk about these two most common mobile phone operating systems that we use, with the iPhone, with the iOS, and the Android, to say privacy, no, because they all give some kind of privacy options for you to choose, and sometimes you don't have an option for you to either choose or not.
Wow.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so how can I check the privacy of my phone?
Great. There are lots of things that we have to do. So to begin with, you know, I made mention of we have iOS, then we have Android. So to do with Android too, we have it MediaTek, then we have the Samsung. Now with all the Android version, when you are using Samsung, you can go to your settings, right? You go to your settings, then you go to connection. You go to connection, then you go to scan nearby devices. Do you know that when you are using Samsung, there's an option in there that is scanning nearby devices? And that is not only for just scanning, it's also using your battery. So when you are talking about privacy, I'm not just talking about you giving access to your phone. We are also talking about your battery, right? And also your data. Your data. When you talk about data, we are talking about those pictures that you have on your phone, those documents you have on the phone. That's what we are talking about. So your data, so you are allowing your phone to be scanned. So that you can put it off. Another way that we can also check is we can go to the settings. I think it's very popular, settings. Then you go to the apps manager. Now you go to the apps manager, then you check the apps that you have on your phone. Make sure that you do well understand or you know all the apps you have on the mobile phone. If there's one particular app that you don't know what it is on that for or what they use for it, you have to go to Google, put the name of that app there and find out about it. Right? So those are some of the things that you can do, right, with Android. Then moreover, on Android, you can also go to the same settings. Go to Google, right? I wish we will be doing it together. So you go to...
That's on Android.
Yeah, so on Android, so you go to Google, right? So on Google, you go to... You are not using Android, sorry. So you go to settings, then you go to Google, right? Then you see some 3 dots at the top right-hand corner there. You click on it, then you see usage and diagnosis. Now you click on it. Here, you have to turn it off. If it's on, you have to turn it off. Then you can also come back to add. Now this is very important. Now they say reset advertising ID. opt out of advertising personalization, please can you do what to put it on? So you put that one on, you put that one on, right? Okay. So that is for the Android. So I guess you're not taking part, but my Android viewers are really also going through. So those are some of the things that we can do. And also we do talk about putting password, fingerprint or Face ID on your mobile phones to at least protect yourself on that. Right.
Are there any tips for setting up our own passwords on our phones? Usually when you say, so this is too small, or add asterisks or some characters, and give us some tips as to setting hardcore passwords that are very difficult to break.
Great. So to set strong password, we have 3 approaches that we have to look at. Now the first one is you have to make sure that your password is unique. Your password being unique, that means you have to get at least a lower letter in there, upper letter, you have to get those signs that are at, underscore, and those things, right? Then you have to get letters 2 in there. And your password must not be too short. At least 12 characters and above would be okay, right? 12 characters and above would be okay. And make sure that your password is not too old. At least 3-6 months you have to be changing your password across all social media. In your email, we shouldn't forget our email. Normally we do for only the social media and we forget the email. Forgetting that the email is the basis for all your social media handles. So we have to also be changing that password, and also your bank apps and those things, yes. So you have to be changing it. Yeah. Great. Okay.
What would you advise persons who also have one password that cuts across all their devices and all their apps?
That's very suicidal. when you are being attacked, you know, there is something that we can run on Google on one email, and I could see all your social media handles that you have. So if maybe an attacker is able to get that email and run that, he might see all the social media platforms that you belong to. Then he will now reset all the password, because you are using one password across. And that password you are using also for your banking activities, your apps, your email. So it's easy for them to reset it and get you, they just hack you, right? So that's very important.
Also, smartphones have become the thing now where we think that our phones, especially those who use iPhones, our devices cannot be hacked. How safe are smartphones, and do we have to do something extra to keep our smartphones private? Because there's a school of thought that says that the more advanced your phone is, it's easier for hackers to get into it. Is that true too? Yeah, it's true. So wow. iPhones, yes, they are doing their best in terms of security and privacy, but it depends on you, the user. So you have to make sure that there are some certain things enabled, certain things disabled on your iPhone or your phone that you are using. Now, when you are using your iPhone, now the attackers are not focusing on the phone or the operating system, but they are focusing on you, the user. So mostly what they can do to you is to use social engineering attacks, or also trying to find ways to get into your phone. So what you have to make sure that if you are using your iPhone, make sure that you don't click on unknown links, right, on your social media, on your WhatsApp, and make sure that you have all your password being encrypted, or all the sites that you go being encrypted. And also make sure that the phone that you are using, you've been protected with that fingerprint and that things that we are saying. And one other key thing that we have to check today when we are using phone is, we think that our phone is so super in a way that we cannot be hacked. That is false. The hackers are always exploiting, and they are always developing. We have something we call zero-day vulnerability. I don't know if you heard, Google, anyone who is on Google released a letter that we should all update our Chrome browser. Why? Because there was a zero-day vulnerability attack. What's a zero-day vulnerability attack? Zero-day vulnerability attack is an attack that has not been seen by the developer, or it has not been exploited before. So there's a new thing, right? So that is why we always say that we have to be updating our systems. So one advice I also give is, if you are there, especially iPhone, Android phone, you have to be periodically updating it. Why do you have to update your phone? If you update it, the developers of your mobile phone or the phone that you are using, they bring in new patches to solve issues, right? So there's a need for us to be updating it. That would help us today. Right. And then also, what would you advise? Is it okay to leave our location permanently on or off, or when you're using certain apps?
Great, great. So what our advice is, your location should be off on some platforms or some apps. Assuming maybe if you're on Facebook, you can decide to turn your location off. When you need to, when you need to on the location, you do it. You don't have to leave your location on. Kindly do well to off your locations on all the apps. So when you need it, you can just on it to use it. Assuming maybe on Google, you want to use the Google map, they will ask you turn on the location, then you turn it on, right? Unless maybe you've done find my iPhone or find my device, then you think that you want to leave the location on. Then again, what you have to also know is privacy, security is an option for us all. That's why whenever we see two-factor authentication, it has never been enabled for us. It's an option for you to do it. So this morning, if you believe in privacy, then you need to go extra mile to disable some certain things. And disabling them, they also make you pay in a way that you would not enjoy some of their services or their benefits. Yeah. But you are going for privacy. We cannot have we cannot be very 100% private, or you can, yes, but you can try to mitigate it or bring it down. Yeah.
Right. How about the Wi-Fi links as well? Usually when you go into a new space or a new environment and you turn your, then it gives you the different Wi-Fi options. Sometimes most of them are open. Is it advisable to just log into these things, and is that a way that hackers or somebody can use into getting into your phone?
That's one of the easiest ways the hackers use of late. That's what we call the man in the middle attack. They will try to open a free public Wi-Fi for you to join. Whenever you join now, they will be able to intercept your communication that you are, because you are using their platform or their network, they will be able to intercept it. So it's very advisable that don't and never use free public Wi-Fi, especially when you are at the cafe and the malls, those places. Please try to just do your hotspot, right? Though data is expensive. Right, but I also give some tips on that. Okay. How at least, because when you are talking about privacy, you are talking about our data too. Because now today data is expensive, so I'll come there. But before that, we don't have to enjoy free public Wi-Fi. If maybe it's like maybe a GBC environment, then that one I know that we have IT administrators who are protecting our service and our networks. They are trying. They put some firewalls to prevent intruders coming in. So at least when I join GBC, your network, I'm safe. But you go outside and you see a free Wi-Fi. We normally do that for testing, right? And maybe they might be doing man in the middle attack. You might not know. And
so do not join free Wi-Fi.
That is no, don't.
Okay, so there's this new trend too coming up where it seems as if someone will send you a message and then later someone will call you and ask you, pretend that they are from one of the telcos and then ask you to change your PIN. We hear that as soon as you change your PIN, that's it, the person gets access to your phone. Is that true? And how do we protect ourselves from that?
Thank you very much. So with that, normally where we see that coming from is the mobile money side. Right, then they will ask you that maybe they are calling from maybe service A, then maybe they are the administrators and they want to help you or they want to change your PIN. Now you see sometimes even the number that they will call you with, if it's MTN, you see them calling with Tigo number, Vodafone number, and that is, they are deliberately doing that. They want to know the person that they are calling. If that person is someone who really pay attention to details or attention to things. So whenever you see the number calling is a Tigo number, trying to tell that he works at MTN, you should just drop the call, right? Okay. You don't have to give any PIN to anyone. It's never done. So if you should see all the PINs that comes to you with your two-step verification, they always add a note, inscription to it that this is for you only. Don't share with anyone.
Person.
Yes, there's an inscription down there. So please, we don't have to share your PIN with anyone, because today you might not. We don't have to believe people. Right.
And then also, this is for the persons who link their phones. They have one email address and they link it to, if you have 3 or 4 phones, you link the email address and, all phones are linked. Is that advisable?
To to some extent it's not advisable. See, you want to synchronize your business life to your home life to your education life. So you have linked all, like these phones have linked all together. That is very, let me say, suicidal in a way that when someone is able to come into one, it definitely attack all. So you have to set a clear boundary between your work, your home, your school, right? So if you have so many platforms, you have to be able to have at least an email for your social media life, an email for your business, an email for your bank activities, right? And even an email for your family, right?
Dave, isn't that a bit tedious, because we do struggle to even keep one password for one email address. And
then this technological era is not meant for you. Then go and use YAM. Because if you want your privacy, please, if you want your privacy, then there's some cost. We always pay cost. Even to come here, you drove all the way home, all the way from home to here. And there was a cost you paid, right? So we always paid something to get something done. And that is the cost you are paying, right? So if you want to use these new technological things, then there's a bit of things that you have to pay attention to. And this is what we are saying, that you don't use the same email for all the things that you've been doing. Have an email, separate emails for different stuff.
Okay, and also, what is data privacy?
Great. So data privacy, we are talking about how we can have a very secure way to keep our data. When we talk about data, we are not talking about the credit or the mobile money. Sorry, the mobile data yet. Because I think someone should send me Momo today. So it's not about the mobile data. We are talking about your document, your files that you have, right, on your phone. So that is data that you have on your phone. And how can you protect it?
So this is, you're referring to documents, Word documents, spreadsheets,
yes, spreadsheets, images, pictures, your CVs, your videos, your everything that you have kept on the phone is your data. So how well or how best can you protect it or keep it safe? So that's what we are. So normally we say that we have to make sure that we've encrypted them, and also make sure that you keep them in maybe your email, your iCloud, or your Google storage at least, and also make sure that the phone that you have, you've been able to secure it with the password, right? That will also protect it. And also from the other side, coming to the data as in from the communication side, or how we can get bandwidth to browse or data to browse. Today, what we have realized is we normally complain that data is expensive, but sometimes there are some certain things that are running on the phone that we don't know. I don't know if you know about subscriptions. Sometimes you have done a lot of subscriptions that we don't know. So if you are using MTN, this is the way that you can check if you have any subscription on your phone. Now, the subscription, some of them take data, some of them even you pay them monthly, you don't know. So you dial *175#.
Okay, wait, before we get to how do we subscribe to these things without subscribing to them?
Yeah, so there are two places, or there are two things involved. Sometimes you have people who say that I have never subscribed to this, right? Yes. But still is there. We're not going to do blame games here, but we have to find a way to solve it.
Right.
So that's why we are here. So sometimes, you know, these technological things, a lot of things happen behind door, and sometimes you are not privileged to see them. So what you can do as a user or someone patronizing that service, you have to know how you can protect yourself from others here. So what you can do is
this is for MTN users. Okay.
Yeah. So MTN users, what we can do is *175#. Right. So the subscription panel will come. So you go to unsubscribe or the subscription, then you go and unsubscribe all the subscription.
So when you dial *175#, it gives you a list of
a push message will come, right? So you go to subscription, that might be that one. So then you go to one, you click one subscription, then you go and see the things that you have subscribed to. If you really do that, or you did that yourself, then you can just leave it. But if you don't know anything about it, then you can just unsubscribe to that, right?
Right.
So and also Airtel to go. Then that one, what we can also do with Airtel to go is we can do *100#. A push message will come, and the same thing, you will subscribe to that. Then also and also you on Vodafone on Vodafone you can also dial *463# then you kindly do that. So that is with the subscription that we have. So we are looking at our privacy online today. So we are saying that yes, you can enjoy all these mobile phones, you can enjoy this your iPhone, but there's a bit of way that you have to think about how protect it. So in protecting it, we are talking about setting password and also making sure that most of your things on the platform that you belong to, you have enabled two-step verification on it. You have enabled two-step verification on it. And also, please, this one is very key to me here. With the data, people, as I've said right now, you can check. Sometimes it's not because the data is expensive, it's because you have done a lot of those subscriptions. So with MTN, it's a *175#. Then the subscription panel will come, then you choose unsubscribe to it. Tigo is *100#, then you do it, right? So those are some of the things that you can do. And also, what we can also do today to protect ourselves today online, whilst we live online, is we've said about the setting strong password. Now, on iPhone, we can do this. On iPhone, I want to share with you this. It's very important this morning, right? So on iPhone, you can just go to your settings. You go to your settings and you look for where you see privacy. You go to privacy. Then you go to tracking, right? You go to tracking. So this is for iPhone users. So tracking, you will see the apps that they are tracking, or you have enabled them to track your phone, right? So if you think that some of the apps are there that you don't need them to track you, to track your device, what you can just do is you can just off it or just disable it, right? So that is what you can also do with the iPhone, right?
Thank you, David. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add before we wrap up on this segment.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is The Breakfast Show.
And they call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pumping, so we try was suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what I'm gonna do. We go straight to start. I'm gonna take you to the next level. Oh, my baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. But baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to the next level. Oh, my baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't code next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Over there. Wedi emema yedro no eme yenya ahode ene ahode yie eye memedro enu ti na barma bi ahia bi no eye memedro ma barma bi a wedi mfie di wotwe ekọ bi opedi du etu aton bia enko chemical shops pharmaceuticals ene herbal shops bia e wo Ghana hanum be bia anase freying e wo 0243686861 ana 0245749206
FDA just etwedi nkatu yatu
I said, Tabia Tabu, Tabia Tabu.
ja yawa she obini e manga walupa munkobi waluto mami nyesika bontobi shabe obini e ma obini e manga sama tu kofi with the prison mamulu nuzontoli tarado obini e ma I'm coming alone.
Coming live from the capital. This is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Half of your plate should be vegetables.
So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Can I show? Can I show what this restaurant is about?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn.
So what's your pleasure than Votras here at that time of the morning? So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Half of your plate should be vegetables.
So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Can I show? Can I show what this restaurant is about?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn.
So what's your pleasure than Votras here at that time of the morning? So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning. It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than votras at that time of the morning?
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbors.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek.
Thank you for staying on. This is GTV Breakfast Sports. I am multi-decided. So we'll be looking at the Kotoko and Hearts clash that will be coming on over the weekend. We'll also be looking at the after AFCON updates as well as the Beijing Olympics. Let's start off with the Kotoko and Hearts game. And Kumasi Asante Kotoko has been allocated just 1,000 tickets on sale for Sunday's Super Clash against Accra Hearts of Oak. Kotoko's limited number of tickets came as a result of the COVID-19 task force's refusal to grant the NSA's request to admit more than 25% of fans at the stadium. As part of government's measures to control the spread of the virus, 25% of spectators have been attending matches at the various stadia since January 2021. A total number of 9,200 tickets have therefore been printed for the 40,000-seater stadium, representing 25% of the total capacity. Now, Ghana's 2018 skeleton racer at the Pyeongchang Olympics says he's devastated to have missed out of the 2022 Winter Olympics currently ongoing in Beijing. The 35-year-old Akwesi Frimpong went to the Pyeongchang Games in 2018 after qualifying via the International Bobsleigh and Skeletons Federation Continental Quota System, which was since scrapped. Frimpong was on course for for Beijing until a COVID infection forced him out of the competition. He would have joined Carlos Mede, the only athlete who qualified to represent Ghana at the Olympics.
Beijing, we have Carlos, who is representing Ghana ski event. Many of you may have not heard of us or the fact that we represent Ghana in winter sport, but I hope kids in Ghana will be inspired to become the next Winter Olympians for Ghana in the Winter Olympic Games. Some of you may have read or heard about the fact that I did not qualify for my second Olympic Games. I'm super devastated about it because I've worked so hard for it. Unfortunately, on December 29th and January 3rd, I tested twice positive for coronavirus, for COVID-19. And was not able to complete 3 of my final races in Germany to move up in the world ranking. Normally there's a second alternative. Like in 2018, I represented Ghana through the continental quota representation, where each gets its very best athlete. Unfortunately, in my sport, the International Bobsleigh Skeleton Federation got rid of the continental quota, and so I wasn't able to represent Ghana through that route. Again, I'm devastated about this, but I'm using my energy in a positive way by advocating for more representation for African athletes across winter sport events moving forward in the future Olympic Games. So I'm fighting super hard for that. Maybe some of you guys have been following that through social media, but I really want to thank all of you for supporting me through all these years, sending me positive message and encouraging me and pushing me to represent Ghana. I'm super grateful for my sponsor, Ghana Gas, that has supported me through all this throughout this quad. And actually, they have really helped me to be more competitive and to be able to compete with the best of the world.
Still on the Beijing Olympics, Kwame Nkrumah Champong is the first to represent Ghana at the Winter Olympics in Vancouver in 2010. He recounts how difficult it was for him again to qualify into that particular Olympics. Here's Kwame Nkrumah Champong on the Foul Show with Isaac Tete.
skiers, and I kind of try to arrange for them to go ski here, go ski there. I've had some contact, I think, with Maida some time back, and I had to do some stuff. So there is the opportunity if people are really serious about it. But in Ghana, if you put out an announcement, you get lots of people who just want to fly out of the country, not necessarily go and ski.
I know that, right?
If I take you to a hill that is 45 to 60 degrees down, and I go like you're going down, the person will tell you that.
Okay, so definitely, I mean, you're talking about combining this sometime with education. How difficult is it? I mean,
well, masters when I started learning how to ski, and luckily for me, I finished the masters before I actually got into skiing proper. I was managing an ice hockey stadium, and I quit that because I just felt that, look, I have an opportunity. I'm good enough to try out. You know,
are there any advantages, one benefit, education, on the educational front through skiing? You know, it's not quite popular here. You know,
I'll give you an example. When I finished the Olympics, I tried to get 2 young people to go to Italy, to live in Italy, go to school in Italy, and ski in Italy. I had a lot of issues with the sports council.
Oh, really?
So yes, we had the tickets paid for, insurance, school, everything. Signature from sports council was not coming. Flights cancelled, process cancelled. That idea can be resurrected if there's somebody in the sports council who goes like, I'm willing to spearhead that. Sponsorship is not a problem. I still have contacts with lots of companies who will go like, we get another skier, we'll sponsor. But it has to come from within the sports council or Ghana Olympic body that, all right, we have 4 kids. There are simple tests you can do to find if somebody is good at skiing. You test the fear factor out of the person. You test resistance to cold, which I did some time ago. And we selected 2, but so much red tape. So that was giving up. So the sports
How was it? The best thing in my life. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the support.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is The Breakfast Show. Live from GBC Studio 1, this is The Breakfast Show. Live from GBC Studio 1, this is The Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is The Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbors.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling healthy.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate should be vegetables.
So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Can I show what is written on the back?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn. So what's your pleasure than Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning. So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is The Breakfast Show.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling healthy.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning.
You want it served buffet style? Complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
Coming live from the capital, this is The Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbors.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling healthy.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate should be vegetables.
So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Can I show what is written on the back?
Yes, definitely.
Hello there, everyone. Welcome to time now for your live traffic updates. This morning, we're reporting from the Spanner Footbridge near the Tetokwashi interchange, and we are here monitoring the traffic situation. So let's get to it, shall we? So if you look to my left, for those who are coming from Medina, Adenta, Oyarifa, going all the way to Duroa and its environs, this is what the situation looks like at the moment. You can tell it's peak rush hour now because a lot of people are making their way to work. And I'd like to direct your attention towards the N1, where you realize that for commuters who are heading towards Stema, it's free flowing for them. But for those who are coming to Accra and have to descend and come towards Spanner Junction, you can see that it's a slow build-up of traffic on that side. So it's going, for those who are heading down, there's that bit of traffic jam before they come and meet the main traffic, which is down here at the moment, for those who are heading into Accra and all that. And if you realize that some people who are down here, before they get to Spanner Junction, they like to dodge towards Villaggio and all that. And then they also go and create a traffic jam just ahead. I'll show you the jam they create shortly, because I just want to tell you, on the opposite side, for those heading towards Shiashi, going towards Legon, Opunglo and all, it's free flowing for them, including those who are coming from the Spintex area, those who are coming from La Paz and all. For that side, it's free flowing at the moment. And now I'd like to direct your attention to those who are heading towards the main business district. It could be 37, it could be Accra, it could be Circle, and you can see what the traffic jam it is. So for those who have been dodging and using the Villaggio side, coming to pick and heading towards Shangri-La, trying to dodge, this is the kind of situation they cause it's like they force their way in, and it also doesn't help the traffic situation because everybody's in a hurry and nobody has that patience. And if they are forcing their way in, it creates that traffic situation. And just before the barriers too are here, I just want to draw your attention to the barriers, the street lights, and then there are also some pedestrians who also avoid the barrier and try to cross. Even though there's a footbridge, they also they still like to use the main road. It's very, very dangerous. And they've created their own opening, and so that they can get to the other side. If not for rush hour at this moment, I'm not sure how safe it will be for them to be crossing at this place. And we still have some indisciplined people who like to cross the road at the side. And speaking of indiscipline, I don't know how this came to be, but there's also a ton of rubbish here on the footbridge. You can see a lot of plastics on this side going all the way from one end of the bridge to the other. And you may ask yourself, how did this come about? These people just throw the bottles here, they don't carry the plastics. It just makes you ask a lot of questions. So in terms of rush hour updates, from the Spanner Footbridge, monitoring the traffic situation, this is what we have for you. Back to you in the studio.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Thanks for staying on. It's still Breakfast Live on GTV, made possible by Awake Purified Water and Adunku Next Level Energy Drink. We're looking into the stories in the newspapers, and today the Daily Graphic is leading with a story on combating money laundering, and Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta is the one quoted as saying political will is critical, and he's saying this to West African states, calling for members to commit more fully to ending money laundering and counter-terrorism. So with the daily graphic, 6 million register for Ghana card, according to the NIA. GRA directs taxpayers to file returns online. So these and other stories in today's daily graphic. The Ghanaian Times also leading with the Ghana card issues, photograph of people massing up at registration centers, long queues form at registration centers as deadline looms, is how the Times is leading with this story. NAPCO trainees demo to demand payment of allowance arrears, with a photo of the demonstrators also on that front page. NAGRAT decries challenges facing first, second cycle institutions, and UTAG calls off strike at last, is what the Ghanaian Times is telling us on its front page. The Finder newspaper has a number of stories, and the IGP Dr. Damari's photo is there. We are now born again. Don't judge Ghana police with our past. IGP making a call there for his men in uniform. Perry Okujeto, Linda Asante appointed Deputy NPA Chief Executives. Their photos also on that front page. Work to resume on Tamale affordable housing project. Asenso Boache is the one saying this. And of course, the Ghana Airport Company Limited new boss, Pamela Jamson Tete, with a photograph of her also on that front page. First Lady donates 50,000 Ghana cedis to our Piate Support Fund, is also captured on the Finder. Other newspapers before me, ABC News, leading with a parliament to probe Atta Mills' death and other stories. Works and Housing Minister inspects SHC Tamale project. An editorial on the member of parliament for Dom Kwabinya constituency, saying sack Adwoa Safo from parliament if. So a condition there, we'll look into that story later. Lands Minister donates 20,000 Ghana cedis to our Piate Support Fund. So 4 papers before me this morning. And of course, as we do most Fridays, every Friday, I think, since we started, the women have sat down and we are ready to look into what these stories mean for us as a broader society. Right next to me, Hajia Hamdatu Ibrahim, first chairperson CPP, former acting chairperson of the CPP and future presidential hopeful. Thank you. She's joined us here. Thank you, Hajia, once again for joining us. And another future presidential candidate for the ruling party in power now, Ellen Amadeko, member of the national communications team of the NPP and national women's organizer, hopeful. Ladies, welcome.
Thank you.
We are back again.
Yes, by God's grace.
Another Friday. Thank you so much for joining us. Perhaps we'll start with the money laundering issue. Finance Minister met with other colleagues from the sub-region, and he's making the call for West African states to commit to more political will. So the story on the front page of the graphic continued on page 3. The Minister of Finance, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, has called for increased political commitment from the government of West African states to combat illicit financial flows. He said such commitment and political will would help eliminate the criminal activities such funds are used to support. He noted that a reduction in the menace would help reduce the unlawful outflow of financial resources from West Africa and also contain terrorism and political insurgents, which were gaining currency in recent years. Mr. Ofori-Atta expressed concern over the fact that being grey-listed by the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, risked becoming a stranglehold on the region by eroding confidence in the financial system and freezing banking assets worth over $500 billion. And of course, he made these comments when he addressed regional experts in anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing at the 36th Technical Commission plenary meeting of the Inter-Governmental Action Group Against Money Laundering in West Africa in Accra yesterday. So a lot of English to mean that we need to find where people are getting their money, and if people are using or attempting to use legal means to clean up illegal money. So he's saying there has to be more political will to ensuring that that does not happen. Money laundering, how serious or how significant a threat is it to our current financial dispensation? Haja.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Telma, and then good morning to my sister here, and then our cherished viewers out there. I think it's something that is very, very alarming in the West African sub-region. Because look at what is happening in Africa, here, and so on and so forth. But I read a story in Nigeria where they have taken it upon themselves to even suspend about 80-something companies, arrested some people for money laundering. If people will just have money in their bank accounts and then you don't know where the monies are coming from, what they did to get that kind of amount in their bank account. In Africa, and for that matter, West Africa, we don't take serious efforts to look at what people acquire. We are in Ghana, you see a person just acquiring about 10 houses at a go. The person doesn't pay tax. Where he or she got the money from, nobody knows. So I think it is a call in the right direction because we are under a serious threat. The CDD conducted a survey on how much a candidate would need to enter parliament. And where can somebody get $4 million?
4 million Ghana cedis.
4 million Ghana cedis. Okay, now tell me, when we started this fourth Republican, should I say
the Constitution,
the Constitutional, the 92.
Okay.
Look, we had teachers, we had farmers, we had, let me say, ordinary Ghanaians entering parliament from a very humble background. Now, what we see in parliament, I'm not even sure people like us can go because you can. Where am I going to get the 4 million Ghana cedis? And then you see people even spending extra.
But then, political party financing is not just from personal pockets.
No, I know.
We are told that because people are able to donate,
that is
and
why
it becomes a pool, so people also contribute. But I get the point you're making.
Yes. So that is why EDD even concluded that we should be very careful. And I said it in this studio that if we are not careful in the kind of people that we select to lead, be it parliament or political parties, we will end up electing people who are not competent to lead us because we don't know where people are getting their monies from. So I think it is a call in the right direction because look at how people can even buy ammunition and then stage coups and then causing instability in the sub-region. All those are things that we really have to work on. In fact, when I sleep, I don't sleep because Burkina Faso, what's the name of them? Mali, Guinea. You can see that some kind of money is being pumped into these regions. That's why there's instability. And we don't want that in Ghana. So if the sub-region are meeting and then there's this kind of call, I think it is better we tighten all the rules. There'll be some surveillance on people because, Telma, whether we like it or not, there are some kind of monies. Normally I sit down and say, I don't jealous anybody. I don't envy anybody because some people, the way they live, tell me, if you're going to follow it, maybe you go and fall into the ditch. So I think we should be very, very careful of maybe people flouting their monies, doing this, I have that. And then if you look at the kind of work they are doing, what kind of work do they do and get such monies? So I think we have to be very, very careful. For me, I fear for Africa. I fear for Africa. And now, the people who are saying that they don't kind of believe our economy because maybe they suspect money laundering. But when we go and stash our money out there, they don't complain about it because they use this same money to sort of build their economy. So even if you are able to siphon some money from your continent or from your country, why don't you establish businesses, factories for the teeming youth of your country to also have a job? So that this demonstrations here, fighting here, people are not happy, people cannot rent even single room in Accra.
But doesn't that rather perpetuate the wrong that we are speaking against?
No,
so the fact that you make if I rob someone to get money and I put that money towards
I'm saying
to
but how are we going to get it? That's what I'm saying. Even if you're able to make money, leave it here. Because if you go and invest in Dubai, you go and invest in Switzerland, don't you think that you are rather building their economy?
Okay, I'll take Ellen's thoughts. So Haja is basically saying that we don't question people's sources of wealth, so long as. So I remember this question came up in church one, and the answer was, well, we don't question how you raise the money. So if you bring the 10% as tithe, if you bring a certain percentage as tax to the country, then
so it doesn't really matter.
Then the country is getting money, we are hitting our revenue target, as GRA is telling us. We'll get to that story in a little while. Should we begin to question, to probe how people made their money, so how they acquired certain properties?
I believe so. Good morning to you. Good morning to our viewers, and good morning to all well-meaning Ghanaians watching us, because there are some Ghanaians who are not well-meaning, and I don't feel like greeting them this morning. This morning we are as a country, I think we are gradually getting to a point where we have to make certain decisions for ourselves and take a strong stance on certain issues. I'll pick up from where Hajia left off in relation to, so when these monies come in, or people steal money, or people illegally gain money, everybody goes to stash it in Swiss banks, in what is the name of the banks all over the world. They don't keep the monies here in Africa. So the Western countries that are on our case and screaming money laundering, they are the greatest beneficiaries of these money laundering. The question you also asked her, so does that mean that we should therefore leave our society and let everybody just do things like that? No. We have to look at the good side and the bad side. Sometimes you have to use some tactics to actually get your economy and your country going. I'm not being a bit uncontroversial this morning, but sometimes I just feel like the same old way of doing the same things all the time. We've been doing this for over 100 years. Obviously doesn't seem to be working. We live in a society where an 18-year-old comes home with a car. The parents throw a party. They are happy. Now, when some of us were growing up, even up till now, that I'm a full-blown adult, my father will question my source of some wealth when he doesn't think it corresponds with the job I do and the income that is supposed to come in. As it is now, my father can ask me, oh, this jewelry you are wearing, is it pure gold or is casted gold? Or, you know, he asks certain questions that you, if you're a reasonable person, you know, the old man is trying to find out what's going on in your life. And I'm an adult, a full-blown adult. How many of us actually check on our children? We live in a society where it is now fashion for 21-year-old boys who done 1 hour of internship anywhere, come home with a Range Rover. Do you remember the Kaswa incident? Those 60 or 70-year-olds who went to kill their friends. And according to what the reports we had, those boys, a few days prior to the event, were boasting to their friends that very soon they will hit and they'll come with a Range Rover. A 17-year-old boy coming home with a Range Rover. So as much as we'll be screaming money laundering, we'll be screaming, oh, we need to look at the sources of our wealth, which I agree. I think it is something we have put out in the society, and the young ones coming up, they really don't care.
Is there a political will, like the finance minister is saying in this story, to identify and confiscate illicit funds before they are used by criminals for nefarious activities, including terrorism and political violence?
That's the point. But then we also, how do you walk up to somebody politically? I'm talking about the political will. So assuming tomorrow morning the government identifies maybe 3, 4, 5 people that they know, or they have checked over the years or over some time, that their activities are illegal, they are laundering money. Let the government make an effort to go and arrest them. Our behavior in this country will automatically put them in one of the political parties. And that is also one of our problems. Criminals are getting away with murder. They are getting away with everything because they associate themselves with a political party. And the political party would suddenly jump up and start shouting, witch hunting. So the political will is important. But the political class if we have one in Ghana, have to understand that it is for our good and security. That certain elements are shown for what they are. Remember that some of these criminals also are very smart. In fact, before the law enforcement agencies think of one, they have thought of 20. Some are gradually finding their way into political parties by sponsoring. And that is why Hajia spoke about going for elections. Now, if you want to have any reasonable elections in Ghana, you need, depending on the level, between 1 million Ghana cedis to about 7 million Ghana cedis. If there's a presidential, that is over 100 million, according to CDG, it's $100 million minimum to become president of Ghana. Now, I believe that if you're a political being and you're going for an election and nobody believes in you and doesn't sponsor you, you have no business being in politics. So definitely you are going to get donations. You are going to get people who are coming to sponsor you. That is why we should have a political parties act on finances. I don't know if we do have one. If we have one, what is the level of how open is it? We should know who gives you what. You have to keep receipts. You have to give people receipts for giving you money. I'm not just talking about the political parties as entities.
Some of
I'm
the
talking
leaders
about
of
people.
the two sides here. So the NDC and the MPP, Sami JMP sat with us, and the MPP side also sat with us when they came and we put this question to them. They said not all the support is even financial. It's not all the time that people.
Some is logistics.
There's a financial transaction.
It doesn't matter.
Some people bring you food. Some people give you cars.
Documented.
Some people print T-shirts for
Documentation is extremely important. There's a money value to whatever somebody gives to you. So if Thelma, in my campaign, which I'll come to you anyway, you give me T-shirts, I have to write it down, give you a receipt that Thelma gave me T-shirts. It should go into my books. Then maybe the money value of it can be calculated later and added to it. It is not your duty to do that. There should be, and that's why I was trying to get to that, as people who are running for elections, even as individuals in political parties, like what I want to do now, we should have a campaign team. There should be a finance person, but there should be a law to make sure that we do that so that it can be traced what comes in. So even if it's logistics, the person actually got it with money. You take it, value can be found for it. It should go into your books. There should be records. So far as there are no records, Thelma, anything can happen. And so yes, the political will, my dear finance minister, you can ask for it. We've been asking for it for years. But some of us are a bit skeptical until there are laws and the laws are implemented. I'm sure, I won't be surprised that on our status books, there are certain laws that guide it, but it is not implemented.
The political party law.
Let's invite those who are watching us to join the conversation. Messages to our number 05555610034. We're talking about money laundering. The finance minister is asking for a political will to ensure that it does not happen and that these funds do not go into criminal activities. What are your thoughts on the matter? Ellen and Haja are sharing theirs. We are asking questions. What are your questions and what are your thoughts? We'll be reading them in a little while. Haja, so Ellen is basically reiterating the point that you made. And the temptation is always to point the finger at the politicians. But it's because they are public figures and they are more well known. We assume that their finances should be a matter of public record. But what about the private individuals? And these even outnumber the number of political figures who may be engaging in some of these activities. And we are seeing people literally next door to us who are making monies that we may not know the source.
Yes, we shouldn't just put the light on politicians.
Or political parties alone.
Political parties alone. I think on even individuals. So the finance minister is saying this, yes, but he's meeting his colleagues from the sub-region. We should learn from best practices. What did the Nigerians do and were able to arrest over 180-something people and companies, and even suspending some of the companies? We learn from each other. That is where I will put my argument. And then, the political party too, you see this NDC and PP people, at IE, we had discussion about political party funding. When the party is in opposition, they support it. Oh, it is. But as soon as they come to government, then they forget about it. Because if there's political party funding, maybe by governments or by whoever, then there will be proper accountability. This is the amount given to CPP, NDC, and so on and so forth. How did they spend it? Then maybe you can check their records. Some people are saying that nobody gave us anything, so how can you ask me to account for that? You see, there are so many schools of thought, but I think to sanitize the atmosphere, we shouldn't just put our lenses on only political parties. We have private individuals in this country who are having wealth. How they make it, you don't even know. But we see them on social media parading whatever they have. But in Europe and America, you can't do that. Because
fact,
if you do that...
And perhaps this may be going out of the norm of the headlines as we know it. But then social media has become such a massive space or source of information as well. Recently, Netflix aired a documentary movie, and it focused on an individual who allegedly had amassed wealth by fleeing women. It was I don't want to say the name here because I don't want marketing to send a bill to me. But you see, even on social media, it's happening, and we are seeing people flaunting wealth that cannot be accounted for. And so in Europe and in other parts of the world, it's happening, and nobody is questioning how the gentleman in question in this particular series I'm referring to got his wealth. And even after people had come out to complain against him, it seemed that for a while he was getting away with it for a very long time. Yes, so it's not just in Africa.
No, I'm not saying just in Africa, but I'm saying that if maybe, I don't want to mention also some people's name in this country, you understand, but if you say I have this, I have that, the Ghana revenue people will come after you to find out whether you've paid taxes covering this, because you have to pay taxes after declaring your profits. So if you have so many properties, then you can sit on television and say, I have 120 houses, I have this or that vehicle. At least we should know how you were able to acquire it, because we need money to develop our country so that we'll stop taking loans. You understand? I'm not saying in Europe, in America, they don't do. They do, because I remember I went to court, and then a lawyer is in there defending one guy who was taking money from old women, promising them love on social media. You see, so they traced and then arrested him, and then the people came away all the way from America for the prosecution here in Ghana, trying to see whether the Ghana government could extradite him back to America. But you know, tell me, whether we like it or not, people fall prey to that. Social media, you'll be there. Somebody will just say, I have this, I have that. I've sent some items, and then the one I sent to, please go and clear it for me. I've put some money in some box or something. People do that to scam people.
Perhaps I'll ask one last question on this before we move on. Assuming without admitting that there's a political will. So in an ideal situation, and we identify certain people and the legal proceedings are followed, and it's determined that they are indeed laundering money, and we confiscate their assets, as the finance minister is saying, what do we do with the money?
The money, we give it to government chests. You know, the political will. She was talking about maybe arresting somebody, maybe like me. Then CPP people will say, why have they arrested their former acting chairperson? They will come to the court. I'll just tell them, don't come to the courts. Let the laws take its course. That is why I applaud Danabi of the MPP. When Abonye DC was arrested and went to taken to court, he called on the people not to go to the court, because you should allow the court to take its course. But if you just say because this person is MPP or NDC, if they arrest the person, then it gives them some kind of courage. You understand? Okay. It gives them some kind of courage. How can somebody take money that is not supposed to take, and then they take the person to court, and the political party will go to court defending the person? I don't get it. So we give the sort of, should I put it, quote unquote, criminals the leeway to misbehave in this country.
Ellen? You asked Ajay a question, what do you do with the money? Oh, you don't know what to do with the money.
We have so many things to do.
There are so many things we want to do in Ghana. Tomorrow morning, if we arrest somebody, Apiate Development Fund is there. My village, we need water. We need schools. There are 1,001 things that we can do with the money.
We'll be going to Apiate very shortly. Perhaps whilst you are still here, if the signal.
I mean, there's so many things.
When the cars are facing each other,
if it's illegal money and it has been confiscated by state uses the money.
Yes,
it's as simple as that. But one of the things we can also do to make sure that we are able to trace people and what they do. And for me, it is essential in our life as a nation. It's making sure that this Ghana card thing goes on and goes on well. Because if it does, the Ghana card is going to be your only means of, even now, I think the banks have even issued, my bank sent me a message that, is it from April? That I would have to, any transaction that I do in the bank, I'll have to do it with the Ghana card. Yeah. Now, if the banks are taking it, the telcos are taking it, you are traveling, you have to use Ghana card. You are going everywhere Ghana card, you can be traced. Whatever you are doing, you will leave a digital print. And it will be easy for the authorities to find out what you do as a job, because when you get a new job, Ghana card will be taken as your form of identity. And we cannot.
It eases us gently into the conversation of the GRA directing taxpayers to file returns online. And it's all feeding from this financial sector cleanup and all the things that we want to do with monitoring inflows and seeing how people are spending their monies and how much is coming back to the state. The GRA, and this story is on page 13, I'm going to try and read a portion of it. It's asking Ghanaians from April 1st this year that all taxpayers must file their returns online. There's a quote. It said it will also become compulsory for selected medium-sized businesses and all high net worth individuals to file returns in a similar manner with effect from June 1st this year. The Commissioner General of the GRA, Reverend Dr. Amishadai Owusu-Amoah, said, and he was speaking at the opening of the 2022 GRA Management Retreat in Ho, and he explained that the move was in line with the authorities' digitalization policy towards a more effective and faster revenue collection. They're telling us also in that same story on page 13 of the Daily Graphic, the Commissioner General said last year the GRA exceeded its revenue target of 57 billion Ghana cedis by 0.7% in the wake of the adverse effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, and said that realization was largely due to improvement in the tax collection strategies of the authorities. So details of that story, page 13 of the Daily Graphic. So it feeds into what you're saying, Ellen, that because of the Ghana card, and the Ghana card is another matter altogether we'll get into a bit later on in the program, the GRA is trying to plug these holes so that the monies that should come to the state actually do come into the state coffers in order to further development activities. Are all these linked in some way? As it's linking in my mind, does it make sense to you, Ellen?
I think so. Before we go there, this morning I received a message from, there was an announcement by the Ministry of Education that those who have their awards going in for SSS1, the BEC candidate, they sent you a message so that you can check the schools. This morning, I think their system has been hacked, because I got another message from them with underneath Gay Lives Matter. So please, Ghana Education Service, if they are watching, all parents or all guardians who are checking, we are all getting these messages. So please, I just saw somebody state it on your platform.
Okay,
that they are, so please messages. Let them quickly go and check it, because you can't be sending Gay Lives Matter to BEC students and parents and guardians. Seriously, I think their system has been hacked. Anyway, on this matter, the Ghana card, for me, as I mentioned earlier, it's a form of identifying what everybody does. It is a traceable document. I don't know if you get my point. So if GRA is asking that we all go and pay our taxes via online instead of going to their offices and it is an excellent proposition. Look at what, do you remember the last Bar Association meeting?
In Bolgatanga.
That the president went and he very nicely told the lawyers and other professionals
they pay
that they don't pay tax.
Why they charge, boom.
But they do charge. So this, it's not just the lawyers. There are some doctors with private practices. There are other professionals, people who offer consultancy services. And the monies they can charge, they all don't pay taxes. So the this thing by GRA linking our Ghana card to the tax system, I think is one of the best things we can do. That will widen the net so that every single person, so far as you make some money, you have to pay some tax. Because all of us are the ones on government asking for all the things that we are entitled to ask for. But if you don't pay your tax, how do you get them? And then you have people who are, with all due respect, supposed to do better. And they are not doing. So for me, Ghana card is an essential service. But getting the card too has now become a nightmare.
Helen, getting the card, when they started, people didn't go.
Let's shelve this Ghana card for the next 5 minutes or so. Okay. But let's focus on what GRA is trying to do here. Yes. I'm thinking of it in terms of the provision for the, what's the term I want to call, the uninterneted population of the country. And there are people who, as we speak, do not have access, and connectivity problems are rife in some areas, even where there is internet access and connectivity. How do we intend to, or how should the GRA navigate some of these things to ensure that this online, once you eliminate the paper and do it only online, some people may also take advantage of that just one platform to say, well, I don't have internet perhaps, so I couldn't do it.
You see, every new thing has a teething problem, whether we like it or not. So I think they have thought of it, and maybe an app will be put on everybody's. You know, my area like this, I don't go with my card to buy credit for my light again. I'll sit down in my house.
The smart meters.
Yes, I do that. You understand? So for me, if GRA are saying that, I'm sure they will put some. Just phase out the paper one just at once. I should think that it's a gradual process, and then they must try as much as they can. They shouldn't just issue a statement and then sit down. They have to educate the Ghanaians and then bring them on board. Because if maybe you are supposed to go and pay your tax, you know, Ghana Revenue has an office in Circle. They have one. Maybe you are staying in Kutubabi, and there's no Ghana Revenue office there. You have to trek to either Circle or Kutubabi, and there's a system that you can just sit down in your house and then do it. But the internet connectivity too is very, very important. They must be in touch with the telecos to improve their services. Because yesterday like this, I was trying to check on something. It took time. And then, you know, there's a program we attended, about 30 women across the country, that was invited by FOSDA, financed by Canadian mediation, women in mediation. We graduated just yesterday. But the second but last class, I was just there because we're doing it online. I was just there, so I had the opportunity to be sending messages on WhatsApp that I cannot connect, so whatever is being, so the one who is in charge will be texting or sending us the messages of what the resource person. So I think internet connectivity in the country is a challenge. So they have to look at all that, so that people, instead of them maybe getting more people to pay taxes, they will rather end up getting less people doing that because people don't have internet connectivity. But I think the education must go on very well. They have to link up with NCC to give maybe some ad, and then demonstrate on how to pay your even tax on your mobile phone. Maybe if you text those certain questions will come. You click A if you want to pay, or maybe if you want to check. All that can be done. And in local languages too, I would say, because there's some a portion of the population who are also not English speakers or fluent speakers of English. You know, so in local languages, would go down. If you press, they will ask you whether you want to say how. Yes, but we are going the way of the GRA, and we are saying that if some education of that sort should happen, it's very important. Let's pause on this conversation on the GRA putting tax returns online from April and go to the Western region. The papers are telling us that people have already started donating to the Apiate Support Fund. Find us saying First Lady has donated 50,000, Land Minister 20,000,
Other people are donating other amounts, but the question is, how is it going to go towards helping the people of Apiate to rebuild from the ashes caused by that devastating explosion that led to the death of about 13 or so people? Our team is on the ground, and Alan will be giving us some details on what the situation is now at that community and what help may have arrived. Alan, good morning. We're trying to connect to our guy Alan, who is in the western region. He's around the site of the explosion, and he's been giving us some details. We understand that transporting of explosives through the town has not stopped. Road construction works have begun in the area as well, and the assistance to victims of the explosion is also ongoing, but the details are what we are trying to figure out, and Alan has fished them all out for us. He's on site now. We're trying to connect to him so that he shares those updates with us. Alan, what can you report?
Okay. Hi, good morning, Selma. Good morning, Ghana. Welcome to Hashtag GTV Breakfast. It's a bright morning out here in Apiate. Just about a month ago, the whole of the nation heard what happened to them by way of that explosion which took away some lives. It is not also to remind families who lost their loved ones, but we're keeping up with the community, and we're checking on how they're picking up their lives back up and how they're coping with post-traumatic stress and the rest of them. And so where I'm currently standing happened to be the actual epicenter where the truck carrying the explosives went off, and the truck subsequently disintegrating. The road has been reconstructed for them, although not opened up for road users to go ahead and use it, but the road has been fixed. We were here yesterday, and we saw men very hard at work getting the road back into usable state for them. What you see just next to the road is a building that was seated just about 20 meters away from the epicenter, and what you can see is the rest is, anybody's imagination. It's completely down. Just next to the building, in about another 50 to 80 meters, is a home. I mean, a complete home that also had its roof completely taking apart, the roof completely disintegrated. And then in the distance next to it, what you can see again is another building that is completely gone. And before that sat like 8 to 20 homes, we're told. These all were reduced to rubble. They were just flattened by the explosion. There was a school also not far from that. The school also went down in complete rubble. There were churches and others. People who live here gracefully has been relocated to a camp, and we've had word with a few of them. Unfortunately, there is a gathering meeting the authorities. The bereaved families and the rest of them are meeting their families and the authorities this morning, and so they could not join us as it is to share their thoughts or how they're coping this morning. But in the next few hours, we are told that the authorities are going to meet the bereaved families. Something we found very interesting, though, is how movement in and out of Apiate through Bogoso and Takwa is ongoing. We cited a few trucks without any escorts because we cannot confirm or ascertain whether they were carrying any live explosives, but it was clearly marked danger explosives. There were no escorts in front of them or behind them, and that's where we were unable to confirm or how we're unable to confirm whether they're just carrying those marked containers from one end to the other, and that they have no explosives in them, but they were clearly marked danger explosives. A few young men this morning we've seen moving about town trying to get stuff. We spoke to one just about before we came on air. He says, please, I'm sorry, I can't come on TV at the moment. But we spoke to him about where he was, what he saw, and interestingly, he lost a family member. I asked for his number just so that we could keep the communication going, and he told me, sorry, my phone also got blasted. And so it wasn't homes that were taken away, people's personal items were also blown apart. But indeed, this is it. The epicenter is where I am currently standing, and you can see the depth of the hole next to the road. That is how deep it went before the reconstruction of the road has been diverted as well, so that traffic could still flow in and out from Tuitakwa via Bogoso or through Apiate. This is so far, by way of update, briefly, what the situation is currently out here. But the extent of the damage as it had occurred will come to viewers. And so viewers can stand by. Very shortly, we will bring them the actual detailed extent of damage out here at Piate near Bog also. And so coming back to you in the studio, Thelma, this is briefly what the situation is out here in Apiate.
Alan, it's refreshing that the road construction is ongoing. I want to pick your thoughts a bit more on the transporting of explosives. You are telling us that it's still being transported through the town as we speak.
Yes, Thelma, interesting, but while on location, we counted at least 2 trucks carrying 2 trucks two trucks which are clearly marked danger explosives. What there is with those trucks in terms of warning, if there is any explosive on board, is the amber light seated on top of the driver's cabin. That's as much as there is to the truck carrying, or the truck bearing the container marked danger explosive.
Alan, do you see an escort?
We became a bit alarmed because the first truck, when they went past us and they saw us recording, no, emphatically no. There was no escort either in front or behind it. And something got us a bit alarmed, Thelma. Let me put this out. What really alarmed us was the behavior of the mates. The first truck, when they went past us and realized we were recording, must have informed, and I'm saying this because I cannot confirm that, but the behavior gave something away to suggest it is what happened. Must have informed the second truck coming in a short distance, and so the second truck stopped, and the mate came out of the cab and went round the truck as in inspecting the truck to see if it is okay. They stayed a bit with the inspection. The driver joined the mate. They both went round the truck for inspection purposes, and we saw them inspecting the truck for whatever reason. Only the 2 of them could tell. And when they got close to us, the mate, then we heard the mate telling the driver, "Omuguswe trying to it, they're still recording us." And so that got me personally alarmed to think whether or not there may be some explosive on that truck. Although we were unable to confirm if there were explosives on it, they drove it through Apiate and town in Shiraso and the rest of them. And obviously, it hasn't stopped. It is still ongoing, but we can't confirm if they were carrying live explosives.
You were also in town. You arrived in Western Region yesterday. You must have visited the places where some of the victims are being kept or are being housed. What can you tell us about their well-being and how they are coping under the circumstances right now?
Okay, so let me give you a little brief on my interactions with some of the members whose homes have gone down and they've been relocated into the camps. The first complaint is camps no emuya shidodo emunsususa. To it, the camps are too hot and too small. Indeed, they are temporary, so we can understand if they're not spacious enough and they're small. They are temporary accommodations, we're told. But this is how cold you will get when you interact out with their families. A lady who had 2 children I spoke to at length, and she was telling me they get waking up at night at the slightest of sound, and they feel something must be coming to them or something must be happening. Her children especially will run home or will run to her in the tent whenever they hear any unusual sound around them. It suggests a certain post-traumatic stress disorder about the children or taking place with the children. The woman also complained and said she easily panics because, again, the explosion was so loud. Anytime something goes by way of a sound, a loud bang, she get panic attacks, and she's trying to pick herself up, but she needs what she called, actually these are her words, she needs what she called a certain professional help to get her life back.
The initial reports we got was that some kind of help would arrive, psychological help for these victims. Are they saying they haven't received the help, or they have but they've not found it to be sufficient enough?
From what I gathered yesterday, those people I spoke to, it suggests a certain suggestion that if there is some help, psychological help, to help them overcome the trauma they're currently going through, it is on the ground, but really very slow in reaching everyone in such a space of time. And remember, we're nearly 1 month into it. If today is the 19th, obviously tomorrow would have been the 20th, the exact date on which the accident actually took place. And so help going round, it may be one that is slow in reaching every one of them in the camps.
Brings me to perhaps my last question for you, Alan. Have they been given a timeline of when potentially this temporary situation they are in with regards to housing and support is likely to last? Are there any timelines officials are working with here?
I'm really very glad to tell you this, Thelma. What is taking place today, from what they told me yesterday, and this is not one person, about 3 different persons spoke to this particular information, saying there is going to be a meeting with the authorities, and so the authorities may be the Pristia Huni Valley Municipal Assembly or District, who is meeting them to make clear to them how long they're going to be in there, how long they will be housed in that temporary accommodation, and how soon they could be going back to their homes. There has been certain assurances that their homes are going to be rebuilt for them, and what we have seen, or what I have seen, is a certain clearing for construction works. And so we've seen sand and stone being brought here, and also some blocks being brought around. So if we pan round, you will see in the distance on the flat line the sand and stones being brought here. They're still being brought here this morning. Some has been dropped here. And so I want to believe what they told me yesterday about meeting the authorities. This will go a long way to confirm or bring the awareness to how long they are going to be in that state for, and whether or not their homes are going to be built to them in the same way they were before they were destroyed, or that they are going to experience some modernity in their accommodations that's going to be provided for them. We have also, as part of our plans this morning, to meeting the assembly or the district who is meeting them this morning for this gathering. Remember, they're also meeting the bereaved families, and so we're going to be going around with them just to come up to speed with what the situation will be for the survivors, and also for those who lost either business or home or property, how soon they're going to get those back.
Great, Alan. Thank you so much for those details, and we'll get back to you for further details when you have some more to share. Alan Tego, our guy on the ground, has just been updating us on what's happening in Apiata. He's saying the road construction, obviously from what you saw in the shot, ongoing. The victims are still getting some support. Some are being housed in the tents. Complaints, a few of them have come up with regards to the temperatures in the tents. Others about inadequate psychological help to for them to deal with the trauma. A meeting scheduled for this morning. The District Assembly will meet victims and they'll have further conversations. That will bring us further details when he has them. We want to pick your thoughts. Our WhatsApp number 0555561 and what are you saying? Ellen, you mentioned something about the GES number sending some inappropriate messages when people want to. I think someone just wanted to show them to us. So I see this appearing to be some kind of posting information.
This is the original one that
okay, and so it's saying contact your headmaster for any of the required corrections, and then this may be what you're expressing concern about. Yeah. And it actually says hacked on top, so we cannot verify this independently, but this is what parents are receiving, so we can't verify where this is coming from. So perhaps like the matter has to be reported to the Ghana Education Service, so they
just
check.
Look at the internet address down there. You can see.
There's a
yes, look at it and look at the original one.
Okay, I'm sure that if I click this, it will be okay, but then the text is covering it. I wish I could have done something more about it, but the text covers it some way. So that's what that situation is like. But we are alerting GES to what's happening with that interface, and then hopefully they'll get someone to work on that very, very quickly. But the message that came with that message, it seems now the LGBTQ plus want to improve their numbers by sending SMS to BEC candidates who completed last year. This is the situation at which a student was checking his placement and he received a message, "Gay lives matter too." If I may ask, has the government accepted that? Is a question. And going on to other issues, in Ghana, with the money laundering, they now go into music for them to know the source of the money. And we don't know how you come by that conclusion, but send your messages across. Young boys are making money and parents don't even question the source of getting it and are rather proud of them. That's according to Azuma. Zion is saying good morning to us. I really, Michelin's Mirror is your plug for my hairstyle. Fraudsters are getting away with their fraudulent acts because they are friends with the police. Most non-citizens, especially Nigerians, hide behind fraud and claim they are businessmen, yet nobody checks or verifies the kind of business they are into. It's so sad. I think crime does not know any country, so perhaps it's unfair to mention Nigerians. I have some great friends who are Nigerians, and so perhaps don't limit it to one particular country. It happens in Ghana as well. Making laws to govern ourselves, I believe, should start from the lawmakers. A very salient requirement for an MP in Ghana is the declaration of assets as a starting point. How many of the current MPs have the electorate should demand to see the assets declaration of a prospective MP to have the liberty of conduct a political campaign for an election. This could be one of the surest ways to combat money laundering. So I'll pick the lady's thoughts on this suggestion. Mena Hunter Franco Bab from New Edubia say, Frank, you should be packing your bags with the missus for that weekend getaway for winning our couples look-alike promo. This weekend you're going away to Akosombo. No patriotism, selfishness, inability to generate a vivid national plan, injustice and unaccountability are all setbacks for our progressive development. And for that matter, promoting social vices such as money laundering. Black man wokwine tradod. Well, we all know that. Okay.
Black man wokwine
tradod. Okay. Ghana must work again. That's Mina Hunter Franco Bab saying that. Here's another message. You didn't tell us your name. We encourage you to send your name and reaching us from. Good morning. I personally think money laundering will continue to exist since we are living in a society where the source of one's wealth doesn't matter anymore. Now, some parents tell their children to go find money that not necessarily thinking about the source. God save us. I think it's a suggestion that parents actually ask their wards to go and find money so they don't ask questions. Good morning. Hashtag we love to see GTV breakfast. I agree with Hajia asking telcos to improve on their services. I'm in Ayikuma and no Vodafone connectivity. I called to inform them about a year ago and Thelma up to date. Nothing has been done about it. Ayikuma near Dodowa in Accra, no Vodafone connectivity. What a shame. We know that the telcos always watch us, so perhaps they will hear the call and do something about it. We like to keep some sanity on the screen. We should be blamed. We should blame the collapse of the economy on the owners of the collapsed bank who took depositors' monies and invested in overseas for their selfish gains. That's according to Silas Odum, who's reaching us from Mankasim. He goes on to say, we call those Sakawa boys who fraud foreigners and bring the money into the country to boost the economy criminals, but allow politicians to steal the country's money and invest them overseas, which end up collapsing our economy. No politician should be allowed to invest outside the country. And that's still what Silas is thinking. This is our friend from Tripoli who watches us every morning, Stephen Boache. Good morning to you, sir. We hope you're keeping safe. Good morning, GTV Breakfast show. For the wonderful work you're doing. I think the authorities should have taken this opportunity to divert the highway from the town. That's from Carlos Magnus in Tamale. So he's referring to the construction, the reconstruction of the road in Apiate, where Alan just reported from. Could that have been a great opportunity for the road to be diverted out of the town? Is a suggestion that he's making. Perhaps I'll pick the lady's thoughts on that. John Haiti, do you know how fast Apiate is being reconstructed to that of sea erosion at Skeji and its environs? Tribalism, nepotism. John Pius is reaching us from Kajano. Those are your thoughts. Thank you for sending them. You reserve the right to your own opinion. Good morning, Thelma. Government should stop these trucks from entering Apiati immediately. We don't want to see or hear another explosion. Security officers should be deployed as soon as possible to curb another unforeseen situation in the future. The hashtag GTV Breakfast Brain is sending us that from Ho. Good morning to you too, and thank you for joining the stream. Another one sending us this thing with the hacked lives. Gay lives matter too, so a call to GES to get working on that line to see that it's still safe. So we have a few issues that are being worked on. Let's see what Trisha is saying. Good morning to my favorite ladies, Hadia and Ellen. So Trisha says hello. What is property owning democracy? So you're asking us questions. This one that you're asking that we don't know. More messages coming in. With the kind of system we have, who really cares about how you do it? They're rather happy they made it. Hard time we improve the economy to check crime. Nana is saying this from Kofodia. Rhoda has joined us. Now young guys are living lavishly and they can't tell you what kind of business they do when asked. Rhoda Kennedy is saying that, and the hashtag GTV Breakfast Show. Prince, let's see what Prince is saying. I'm so shocked at the revelation from Apiate this morning on your show. Are those in charge waiting for another disaster to occur? Explosives are still being transported through the town without any form of escort. God save us, is what Prince is saying. And we're getting more watching updates from Apiate on GTV, and it's exciting to see road construction busily happening, bituminous surfacing already showing. It's really exciting. Ghana can work. And saying, as for unexplained wealth of some citizens in this country, the least said about it, the better. It's part of the problems of the country. The country must find a way out. And I wish I could take every single one of your messages, but I cannot do that because we'll maybe quickly running out of time. But I'll just go over to the ladies and see what more they think about the messages we've received and what we saw from the scene of the explosion at Apiate. And our guy Alan just brought us details. Ladies, we are seeing what has happened on the floor or on the ground at Apiate. We are hearing the concerns of the victims and the survivors. We are also hearing what people are saying about all the matters we've discussed. And I wonder, the call for me is perhaps an opportunity to put the road somewhere else. Is that resonating with any of you?
Me, very well. Because I told you I went to Kumasi and was coming by road the day before yesterday. And then, you know, big trucks trying to overtake on hills, and then our vehicle had to veer into, if there were to be a ditch, then we will be pushed into that ditch. Meanwhile, that is our road. That is our right of distance. So for me, this Apiate thing, and then yesterday I had the select committee on transport, on roads, the chairman, talking about bypasses. So why didn't they factor this Apiate thing? So that instead of us talking about vehicles driving through the village that had that incident, and today we are talking about the same thing. Meanwhile, the government is telling us that they're going to construct 4 bypass, Konongo, Apeja, is it Apeja? Is that it?
Apeja.
Apeja, 4 back passes. So I think they should have factored in the Apiete thing, because it happened in the middle of a town and it has caused havoc. Why don't we do it in such a way that we wouldn't have been sitting here talking about Apiete? We would have been talking about the road that has been diverted. That's one. And then the improvements of the facilities that are being done in Apiete. This morning I heard their MP for, is it Pristia, whenever, calling on the government to expedite action on the building of the houses for them, because soon it will be rainy season. If it is rainy season, there's going to be a serious health issues there. You understand? Because look at the where they are sleeping. People are in the same place. It's a COVID, malaria, diseases that are communicable can easily cut up with the people. So I think government should do something about it. I'm not happy with the road construction in the middle of the town of Apiete that we have experienced this kind of thing. People are talking about how are they going to build the housing. And I think my own mother, Dr. Joyce I, is doing a yeoman's job. She's not just sitting down as the board chair of the fund. She's going to the people to talk to them, to sort of help. And I think it's a very good initiative that we all have to applaud. A woman, our mother. Ellen. You know, if they said ask for a woman, if they put a woman in charge of something, we are result oriented. We achieve it. So I think we have to applaud our mother, Dr. Joyce Aye, for what she's doing for the people of Apiete. Fast track everything. I've seen stone, sand. Let's start the construction.
And I saw, did I see a petrol station somewhere?
Yes, Guel.
A bit further down the road.
It looks like Guel. Let me put it looks like Guel because of the color.
That's why I just said petrol
station.
Yeah,
petrol station, yes. So that's what I'm saying.
Say.
Yes, of course.
Ellen, so the shout you made on the GES message was actually sent to us twice by people who are watching us. They've also received the same message. So your call is going out there. GES should check the safety of that. And then Apiate, we've had updates from Darrell. Your thoughts on those quickly, then we have to talk about NAPCO.
It's been a month since that terrible incident happened, and some of us still have the images still stuck in our brains. So my condolences to those who lost. 1 month it's not that not much time has passed. So I'm surprised that the woman was complaining about the symptoms of the post-traumatic stress. The children here need louds. It's going to go on for a while. So they do need the professional help. They do need the people to, the professionals to get to them. I know that the Ghana Society for Psychologists were going there. I'm sure they are still working on them. Perhaps we should also find out from them how their work is going, because these are real life issues and it will happen. I mean, when you go through something like this, even when robbers attack you or something, and for me, when I see a motorbike following me in my car anytime, I get apprehensive because I've been attacked by people sitting on motorbikes twice at my gate. My Kaswa experience. So it's all part of it. Then the issue of having a bypass, I think as quickly as possible. It's just been a month, but the Ministry of Roads should quickly look at it so that we divert that whole traffic, because whatever you do, the explosives are going to be transported. But then the procedures for the transportation, that is what I am bothered about. I know the minister set up a committee led by Mr. Aye, a former CEO of the Minerals Commission, to look at all these things that go on in the mining industry. But before the committee finishes and comes out with their reports and implementation, if another disaster will happen, it would have happened. So perhaps very quickly we should look at it. Let's look at the law. Are they allowed to transport explosives like that with no escorts? No escorts. Is that what it is?
More questions than answers.
Please. Otherwise, the people in the town, when they start seeing these things, it adds more to their anxiety and things.
Impunity.
I'm sure we'll have another opportunity to talk about Apiate again. The team is still on the ground. We'll get when we we've already talked about Ghana Card and the fact that the queues are long at the registration centers.
It's our fault, some of us.
Hadia said some people did not take advantage of the registration time.
My area,
and I wish we could
my
do
area. I can speak about Kwabena.
So
yes. When they started,
nobody
you
showed
go
up.
there, the people are just sitting down.
So that situation is still pending. The rush for Ghana cards. NAPCO trainees were on a demo yesterday and they converged at Obrasport, and they are saying that their allowances are owed them in arrears. The Daily Graphic captured that story and the Times did as well. Is this a fair call for their arrears of the allowances to be paid to them, and hence their demonstration? Haja?
Oh, if they've worked, why not? But I thought they said their trainees, NAPCO people have been paid or what, or something. I heard
they've been paid according to the demonstrators. They are owed arrears, and the page 7.
Now, how many months?
I think it differs for. So the people that we've spoken to, people that are close to us who are NAPCO trainees. And we ask questions like how long has it been? It's a different answer for everybody.
Oh, okay.
So I can't say for sure, but the Times report is saying trainees they embarked on the demonstration to demand the immediate payment of allowances and arrears owed its members, and they called on government to, as a matter of urgency, formulate and implement a career pathway for NAPCO trainees. Perhaps I'll pick your thoughts quickly because we need to wrap for the other segments.
I think if they are demonstrating because of lack of payment of their allowances, I think the government should look at that. They should have some leadership that can be spoken to. Is it that they don't have a leadership that have met the authorities that gave them those appointments? I think there must be some communication. I think there's some communication gap. That is what has warranted the demonstration.
A communication gap, is that what you see, Ellen?
Well, yes, a bit of it, and a bit of I believe this is a new program, so you are going to have a lot of hitches up and down, but it's an excellent program. I heard I think the Greater Accra coordinator for NAPCO, he's the one they submitted their petition to yesterday, and I heard him say that what they are doing is to get their systems right. Those who have already gotten jobs, they want to take them off the system, so that those who haven't been paid, they pay them. I heard him saying that they paid 2 months arrears. It's up to the NAPCO trainees to confirm if they've received some, and that the rest will be paid. But they are also putting their system in order because some people have gotten jobs, so they have to leave the system so that they'll see what they will do. But I would urge our NAPCO trainees that the system that brought this into being would definitely pay them. It's just that, as I said, it's a brand new system, and you go through all the things that they have to go through. Yes, they deserve their money. I mean, everybody who has worked for their money deserves it. So they have every right to protest. And I'm excited that they had a peaceful protest. Nobody was hurt. Nobody had to go through any stress again just for protesting.
I was busy with my graduation.
So
I didn't
please,
even hear
as I would urge the NAPCO secretariat that as you have promised them, don't let them go out again. Let us do things right and let them get their money. Those who have to be employed, let them be employed. Those who will not be employed, get them the exit strategy and let them leave.
The Ghanaian Times is saying UTAG has called off their strike at last. The University Teachers Association of Ghana has called off a 6-week strike after a meeting with the Education and Labour Ministers facilitated by the Education Committee of Parliament. The story on page 14. They're saying the meeting follows a ruling by the Labour Division of the Accra High Court on Monday directing UTAG to call off their initial action, lecture halls and continue with negotiation. Akachi North MP and ranking member of on Education Committee, Peter Nochu Koto, who disclosed this to the media after the meeting in Accra yesterday, said both parties had agreed to find an amicable solution to the strike. So you remember the UTAG strike, which started on January 10, has traveled 6 weeks now. This account from the Ghanaian Times is telling us the strike has been called off, and so we'll look for a resumption of full university sessions when the teachers actually return to the classrooms, and we'll bring you updates on that. The ladies have been awesome as always, and they've helped us understand the issues a bit better. Ellen Amadeko, member, NPP National Communications Team, and women's organizer, hopeful, also potential presidential candidate one day. And Hajia Hamdatu Ibrahim, former acting chair CPP, another presidential candidate.
the women take over and you see how this country will be run.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies, for joining me. We'll do this again some other time. And you, what a treat we have in store for you. DJ Tisco International is in the house. Today is his birthday. Send him some love. DJ Tisco International, happy birthday. Play birthday songs. Today we are giving it to you. It's your birthday. Just flow and fly like a bird. Another thing you should look forward to, Kafwe had a sit down with an intersex gentleman. So this man has a personal story to share and he's sharing it with us. We pre-recorded that. We'll be playing it back for you. Let us know what you think. Our WhatsApp number is active. And I'll be sitting down with some relationship experts to discuss what you should disclose to your present about your past. So I would say don't do it. What would the experts say? Send your messages across to us 05555610034. So a lot to expect on breakfast this morning. We'll be back.
tell us what it is to be intersex. And I'll let him do the introduction himself. Hi, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
What's your name and how would you describe yourself?
Okay, so my name is Sean Ejay, and I'm an intersex person. I'm the co-founder and the executive director for Keywatch Ghana, and also I'm a member of the Intersex Ghana movement and the convener for the movement as well.
What does it mean to say you are intersex?
It means, in a simple term, intersex means that you are having sexual characteristics that is different from what we know as the norm. So it means you can either be born male, be born female, be born partially male, be born overly male, overly female. Yes.
It's a wide spectrum.
It's a wide spectrum.
So where are you in this spectrum?
Okay. So we also call something the double X factor or double Y factor. We know males are XY, females, the chromosome we have for male, yes. So I have more female chromosomes than the male, and then I have some organs that are exclusive for females internally. So you don't look at me on the face of it and know I am intersex.
So when you say you have organs that are exclusively internal, what are they?
Okay. So I have partially developed ovaries, and I can say with my syndrome, it's we call mal-androgen sensitivity syndrome. So it's where the variation is such that it is not visible to the eye. There are so many variations, and we have over 40 variations. And part of that variation I belong to, yes.
So what do you feel? How do you feel? Do you feel male or female?
Actually, I am male identifying, I'm male manifesting, I am male performing, I am male in nature, in everything. So while growing up, I was more feminine while growing up, and there was a lot of checks, what is going on, and sometimes there's a lot of things we didn't understand back then because a lot of data was not available, and I didn't have the clear manifestations to see openly. So there were times where I couldn't understand my own makeup.
Like what times? Give us an example.
So there were times when in puberty where you want to do more of the sports, you want to be part of the boys, and your physique is not letting you. The more you try, the more you fail at it.
What kind of things did you want to do when you were?
You want to do the average masculine things. Be part of the boys gang, to run around, do the sports, to belong. But I found out that I was not able to.
So girls play football?
Girls play football, yes. Yes, but I had more of the female hormones and keep growing at each level. So I didn't understand it. And at that point of growing up, I was quite a bit feminine. Yes.
How do you mean? When you say you were feminine,
okay,
what were you like?
I was a beautiful boy. I was not this pot-bellied and fat now. I was very slim, very smallish, very cute, and quite very feminine. So very female looking. Yet, so that was how I started growing up. But in entering puberty, I started learning how to be masculine because I wanted to be more masculine. So I could put mirrors down and in the room and learn walking for hours. I could mimic voices for hours.
Did you walk like a girl?
I used to be very feminine, so I could walk like a girl when I was growing up. So voices, and I was attracted to girls. So it didn't really get me, yes. And back then in JS, I remembered the girls were crashing on because you have a bit feminine like them. I couldn't even get them or try to befriend them. Yeah, so I was trying to be part of more of the boys. I tried the gym, I've tried, and I saw that some of them are also not good for me. Then growing up, by then internet was not as available, information was not as available as well. I sought some medical checks, and first they thought I was a sickler because the least stressful thing I do, it makes me rather sick. To try to be more masculine rather makes me sick. So I did an ECG to check my heart rate, and where my parents were warned not to excessively engage me in activities that will aggravate my heart rate, and then a lot of checks. But even still then, we didn't discover what it was.
Back a little bit. So growing up, did you feel there was something different about you?
Yes. I told you I wanted to be part of the boys, but I was not part of the boys.
And what's the earliest that you realized that, hey, this is, I'm not like the boys in terms of age?
From class 3 going 4.
Okay, so you were about like 8 or 9.
Yes.
What did your parents say?
I was a good kid, and I had a little brother who was very athletic and always coming home with either dislocated legs, broken hips, or something to be mended. So my mom in particular, seeing me as the opposite of my brother, was very comfortable, so long as I will not go to bring about a lot of work, because he does high jump, he does football, and it's always hurting coming back home. So I was virtually the mommy's boy, stay home, take care of the home.
You grew up with your dad?
Yeah, my dad died when I was in class 2.
Okay.
I have uncles who took over.
How did they feel about you? I mean, did they feel everything was all right?
Yes, I was okay. Falling sick quickly, and if I stress myself, and even if I get too angry, I could easily fall sick. So those were the things that they checked. They thought it was sickle cell. They checked, and I didn't have that and all that. So in growing up, I have very, very normal. I was singing in the choir. I could sing treble excellently.
High voice.
Very, very high pitch. In SS days, I was singing treble in the school choir. Yes. So I had all those manifestations very familiar.
So for you, it was a hormonal thing?
The hormonal thing.
So when you got to puberty, what were the signs? What happened to your body?
Okay. So in puberty, I got to a point I started developing breasts at an early age, but what happened was that, you know, as boys we chat, what do you do? Said use the banku stick to beat it, to crack it, and so I did a lot of things.
You did that?
Yes.
Use the banku stick?
Yes.
You did it for yourself, or somebody did it for you?
I did it for myself, so that it doesn't go bigger and all that. And I was a very, very slim person. I didn't have enough body fat for most of the things that will manifest. I knew as a child what I had then, which is no more visible now, is I had a lot of hip.
Okay.
Yes, because I was lean and I had straight, and then I have a lot of hip. But now, because I've put a lot of fat on, it doesn't really show. If I slim down, it does come back.
But your genitals were just the penis regular?
The penis regular.
Okay, but you say you have partially developed ovaries.
Yes.
Do you still have them?
Everything is intact.
Okay, and how does that impact your life now?
Nothing. As I said, I'm still a family man with kids, and then I want even more kids, to be precise.
How many kids do you have?
3 biological, 2 in addition from family, so I'm thinking of 5. So I may get more. I like a big family. So yes.
So when did you know that I'm intersex?
Okay, so after training college, I university, I also started to research conditions, and then got to know about different forms of sexuality. And that was because I started volunteering for HIV programs. So during the volunteering for HIV programs, there was a lot of teaching about sexual and body identification. Then most of the things they were talking about in terms of difference, in terms of interest, I was like, this is me. So I started seeking medical opinions, started finding out. And then when opportunity came, I traveled a bit extensively around Africa. I started doing some examinations to check outside the country where the facilities were there to really prove my point that yes, I have more hormones of female.
How did that make you feel when you finally put your finger on how you were feeling and what was happening?
It was a big relief. It was a big relief because this is a situation where you have people being attracted to you even though you are male, and that particular person is always attracted to you.
What, when men were being attracted to you?
Yes, both men and women.
Okay.
So you could wonder how come that attraction is coming.
Were you attracted to men?
No, I didn't have that. So, but I love the company. I love the talks. So I was very comfortable around. So I didn't get why I get that more of that vibe than the girls I wanted. So when finally I found out what was the key factor giving this vibe, I was like, okay, now I'm relieved. So I started learning more, networking all over Africa. There was a little bit of data in Africa. So I got a lot of data outside in Thailand and the US and Europe than in Africa. And then from my information, I started building the network in Ghana, West Africa, and then to Africa.
When you finally found out you were intersex, who did you tell? Who's the first person you told? Okay,
I have this godfather who I told actually, and it was like, it doesn't change anything about it. Does it affect you in any way? I said, no, I've lived a very, very normal. I was the playboy back in the day, especially in my college days. So I've lived a very normal life, so I didn't see it as affecting my sexual or growing up life or anything. And I said I have a very mild nature of it. So I decided to use this opportunity to build a network, to find other people. Started talking to my mom.
You told your mom?
Yes. Started talking to my mom about, oh, have you heard about people? They said, oh yes, about hermaphrodite. This okay. But she does not know much about the whole condition. So in that process, I started finding out more, networking, and I had extensive networks because of my exposure to the HIV program. And an interventionist that worked there over 13 years.
But you told your mom?
Yes.
Well, how did you tell her? I mean, what did you
I just
tell
my mom,
her?
this is what
what language did you say to her? In Ever?
It should be Ever.
And so how did you explain that you're intersex in Ever?
When I asked about this hermaphrodite, she was like, I don't understand. So I explained the one that people call hermaphrodite, which is now an insult of a word, not good to be used. So I explained that, oh, okay, those are common. She told me some women of their time, when they were younger, had all of this no sex before marriage, and at the time of the consummation of the marriage, they found out that there's a micro penis involved and all that. So we had a learning discussion, and it was that was it. As I said, I have a very good relationship with my mom, and she now understood why I always had, when I was young, she always like, I come across to, I make very older friends, I make very mature friends, I make very friends beyond my age, friends beyond my capacity.
Why is
that? I found out that maybe that got people attracted to me, that got people, me getting to know a lot of people, and that had taken me to where I am today. I won't be where I am today if I was not intersex.
Did you ever take any medication to try and change the way you were?
I got a chance in my trip to SA to take the hormonal treatment.
What kind of hormones did you take?
Yes, I got a chance to.
Okay. Oh, you was an opportunity.
Educated on it, and then I wanted to get 6 packs. I wanted to get a broad shoulder, and they're like, this will help you. But this is not common in Ghana, so meaning I have to be flying down to refill, and the process, and then they also tell you it's not 100%. There may be allergies to it and all that. And looking at that, I've lived a very successful life growing up and up to my early 20s, and now if I'm going to start taking hormones to be what? More masculine than I am today? No.
All right.
So I didn't get on it.
In case you joined us, this is GTV Breakfast, and I'm sitting down today, and we're looking at what's it like to be intersex. Your questions to 05555 Sean, so with the women that you've been with, have you told them who you are?
So with the women I've been with before I got to know, I don't need going back to those waters too. But I am successfully having partnered with kids, so my partner knows everything.
You told her?
Yes.
What was her reaction?
She didn't understand up to date what it really meant, because
till today
she can't really see.
Okay.
As I said, I am not physical to see.
Okay, so you can't see externally you are intersex.
And yes,
it's internal.
We only joke about it that if she ever need ovaries donated or something, I could help out. It was just.
It's a joke. Have you seen your ovaries before on a scan or something?
I've seen some scans.
Okay.
Yes.
What do they look like?
Only doctors will even show, because when you see the scan, you even know.
No, aren't you curious to see what's going on inside of you?
No.
You don't mind?
Why should I be?
But they've told you have ovaries, and don't you want to check for yourself?
Developed.
Partially, yes. But they told you you're not curious about.
If it is fully developed, I should be having my menstruation. But it's not fully developed. My days of curiosity were when I was trying to understand why I was feminine. And after understanding I was feminine, it's like a load lifted off your shoulder, so you don't go finding things which are not necessary anymore. When I was trying to go on hormones, and I was educated that actually when we look at you, you don't really need it. These are some of the things it can do. Some things you love, you may not be able to do, including like the singing, the treble voice you can sing. You may not be able to do that anymore, and your baritone is already good. Why do you want to do more? So they gave me, that's why I said in Ghana, let them give us the full pictures, both the negative and positive. And if the person still wants to, they should be supported to by stage, not as a minor where the person, the parents take a decision for the person.
So you're grateful that you didn't take the hormonal treatment?
I'm actually grateful because I don't know what it will bring to my life, and at my age now, I don't.
How old are you now, if I may ask?
I'm 35, going, so I don't think I need it, and I function very well. One thing about intersex is that most variations cannot even reproduce. Yes, so me even being able to reproduce, I don't see why I should go fishing for what is not necessary. And some of those things come at a cost, and wasting a few dollars or to run those tests which I may not need. I don't think I am ready for that.
What was your lowest moment growing up before you got your revelation that this is what was happening to you?
My lowest moment is having been called and laughed at school growing up in basic school, that you are too girly, young bombe, and all those things. Where the last moment is for we had to put mirrors down and learn how to walk. It took me a long time to learn that, and I felt no child should go through that in your puberty development stage. The teasing was too much, and it really made my self-esteem go really down. I could stammer, not because I couldn't talk or I'm a stammerer, but I couldn't talk in public. I couldn't talk out because all that teasing have lowered me. I couldn't pay attention in class because I was scared. The teacher will also notice it more. I couldn't raise up. Sometimes you raise up your hand, you are getting up to answer, and the whole class started laughing. And all that alone push you into a corner that even though you know what it is, you don't want to answer questions again. And so those were the very lowest moments. And when I finally understand why the moments were, it was like getting my independence in life.
Were there people that you talked to in basic school? In basic school at that time?
No. I was more friendly with the ladies, were more willing to be friends with me. So we don't talk about that, but we just the normal gossip, the boys that are proposing to them, and all that aspect of life we gossip about. But it wasn't really in that.
And now you have children. Have you told your children
my children are too young to know, and I'm also monitoring them so that if I notice any traits as early as possible, I will send them to the right schools, the right locations, the right support to not go through what I went through in life.
What age do you think you'll be telling them?
This should be told as early as possible. So I believe in letting the child know the difference between various sexualities as early as possible. So even now, I let them understand that you are female, you are this, you are that. The one that I can understand, because I have 4. One is 4 years, one is 2 years, one is 4 months. So they are quite. Today is even my daughter's birthday.
Awesome! Happy birthday to her.
Yeah.
All right. Now let's talk about the intersex community in Ghana. What's the data we have on this community?
Okay, as of now at KeyWatch Ghana, we are doing a mapping up nationally of intersex persons, and we are also linking up with the health facilities to get some of those data and all that. And hopefully by the second quarter, we should be able to put that data together. We have also just launched, as at yesterday, just launched a national documentation, audiovisual documentary. We want to do a world standard documentary that can go on your media and any other international media that will document 5 intersex families. We'll follow them for 3 days, from their parents, their caregivers, their doctors, and all, and put that data together to educate the public that we are not a sexuality, we are a biological or natural factor and should not be added to the list of sexuality issues. By the second quarter, we should be able to get all those data well put together, and then we can give projected figures. But for now, we are still in collecting data stages.
If Ghana matches the global figures of 2%, then we should have almost 2 years. We should have about some 500 to 600,000 intersex people in this country.
Yes. And you know the funny thing about intersex? People think you should have genitals which are 2. You know, micro penis is an intersex condition. You know, women with very large clitoris are intersex condition. Women with large vulvas, clitoris are all intersex condition. There are so many variations. So there are many intersex people who don't even know they're intersex. Yes. So you don't, sometimes you see some men and they don't understand. Their wife said, excuse me to say, their penis is too small. Some have intersex condition. So that penis will never grow. It will be as a toddler's penis. But it's a full-grown man.
Why do you think the level of knowledge about the intersex spectrum is so low in Ghana?
It's not only in Ghana. It was demonized. at first by the faith leaders that if it's a devil's thing to have an intersex child. So there's a lot of people who had those childs in the colonial days and our mother's times. Some of them even killed their kids on arrival. Some of them even killed their kids. And the recent case we had, which is around July, in Kolebu Teaching Hospital, where the parents ran away from the child who was born intersex with both genitalia. But that child also have other conditions like Edwards factor as well. So a bit of Down syndrome and all that. In the fingers were formed but were not separated. They said there's so that child had a lot of other conditions. And with the doctors, it shows that they are more focused on solving most of those conditions than the intersex one as well. So there's a lot of people who have actually killed their kids at birth. Actually, those traditional birth persons, they say that Wambayi Alumevanyedo has not come well. So they uses his face or her face, the child's face, to go and come back. Yes, so a lot of people have hidden the conditions, a lot of people have hidden a lot of things, and I educate the media as yours to take time and go through. You can just dial intersex online and read a lot, over 40 and counting. My last check is even now 45 conditions, and there are a lot of people working among us with it, and we have no idea. As we said, over 500,000 Ghanaians are intersex.
Which of these, I'm sure you must hear a lot of stories about people with intersex conditions. What story has most touched you?
The story that most touched me was of one of our members. He's also part of the movement, and she is so good at playing football. Yes, and she was called to the women's soccer team, and then they took her to. She was tested in Kumasi, it's in Kofanache or so, and they told her that her male hormones are more. When you look at her, she's more masculine than me. She's female, and when she was born, she grew up as a female, and she has not developed breast as at she's 17 going 18 now, but she has both genitalia, and she cannot play ball just because of some of those sports things. And the way they sacked her from the national football camp, the women's camp, was so bad. The whole news came into the media, and it was as if they were doing very good by sacking her. And they even the doctor even offered that they wanted to help her to become more masculine by being on hormones and treatment. And this person said, I want to be female. Help me to be rather more female. They are refusing because they said your hormones are more of masculine. So this is a person who has both ovaries and everything as female, and have the testes and the penis as male and the vagina as female as well, and is want to be identified as female. I've grown up from all her primary ancestors as female. Huge breast and all that. So when you look at that, I felt very sad. We had to help her out of the country just to continue playing football.
So where did she play football now?
She's playing in the country for her security.
Okay.
Sake, I don't want to, yes.
But her career is continuing.
Yes, but we lost a good footballer.
What do you think of doctors who want to, say, perform a surgery to so-called correct?
Yes. I think they are rushing to do a quick solution to something that can be long-term, because when you rush and do it, like in the case of Akwele and Akoko in the Eurocrobo district, the doctor advised that they should be named and treated female. But
they were intersex. They had both external organs that were both male and female.
Going up now, they are more masculine than any of your cameramen here. And there's nothing on them that looks female. And they don't identify as female. They don't want to be called female in any way. But the lucky thing for them was that they were not operated on to take away the male part. So now they have an option to fully. So at this age, they are more than 18 and they are willing, they can give their own consent to undergo that surgery if they really need it. But some of these persons too, like in the case of the female soccer team, if they had gone out with the treatment, she may not be able to play football again, because the male hormones that she had in excess were what propelled her to be doing extra sports. Yes, so sometimes when you look at the positive and the negatives, you may not be able to do most of the things you do. So if it's not harming you, you can still have a fruitful life. Why don't you continue?
Let's talk a little bit about the bill that's in Parliament. That is, for which reason you were in town to talk, because I saw you on GTV answering questions. What worries you about this bill with respect to intersex people?
That bill is like throwing away the baby with the bathwater.
What do they want to do to intersex people?
They want to institutionalize surgeries. set up institutions where the moment the child is born, they have to go there, and the parents have to make sure that they are put on treatment. And the way they've lumped intersex to the other sexualities have made it such a way that if even a parent refuses to have that correction done, they may be prosecuted for it. And then with my organization like a Keywatch Ghana and Intersex Ghana movement, we cannot do advocacy, we cannot talk, you cannot even grant me an interview, you'll be prosecuted. Because we have been lumped into the LGBT section.
So what you're saying is that if interview was happening after the bill was passed, you will be at the jail?
Yes. Yes. We cannot work as a Keywatch Ghana again. Yes. And you know, Kenya has done a very beautiful thing. Kenya is still dialoguing on LGBT, but Kenya have found a way to accept intersex and created a third gender. That's what the child is growing can be determined, male, female, or intersex, and the child wants to.
So MFI.
Yes.
So I would be for intersex.
Yes.
Are you worried that intersex has been lumped together with lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender?
Both Ghana, internationally, we are very worried. We are very worried. And most of the intersex people are even tagged as trans. They can't force themselves to stop being feminine when the person is actually an intersex person. You have more female hormones. They can't force themselves to stop being masculine when she is an intersex person. These are the hormones acting up. So that person is actually not trans, there's an intersex person. And because of that identity of the person being Ojobisia or tomboy, they've lumped us all together and added other acronyms that we've never heard of before, and they are prosecuting everybody. That's why I say it's equal to throwing away the baby with the bathwater.
If you could speak to the promoters of this bill today, what would you tell them? Look into the camera and talk to the people who are promoting this bill.
One question I'll ask is that most of them are promoting this bill on the back of Christianity and Islam and then tradition. So my question is, what will Jesus do? What will Muhammad do? If you are trying to persecute people and normalize this kind of state agenda against people's sexuality and people's biology, is that what Jesus will do? Is that what Muhammad will do? Do you think you don't have in your family? Or you even sponsoring this, you might even be intercessor, you have no idea. So if tomorrow, by the doctor's findings, you went to do all that test and they found out you are intersex, should doctor declare you as a criminal? What will Jesus do?
Before we wrap this conversation up, for people in Ghana who would want to have an association where they can go and talk about what they are going through, what are the options for them?
Okay, they should just send us an email at intersexghana@gmail.com or we'll follow up to them.
What would you want to say to somebody who has realized or has known for a while that they are intersex, living in Ghana, watching this show today?
I would say you are wonderfully and beautifully made by the Maker, and the Maker have not made a mistake by making you as an intersex person. Seek peer support and counseling, and will give you right doctors to support you, right doctors to give you the counseling and the guidance you need to stand and accept who you are. And also, if in case you need treatment support, you can live with the safe and right places to do so. Don't lose hope. Don't feel you are different. Don't feel, because I have gone through it. I'm successful. I have a good family, and I'm a happy man. So come join us. Let's support each other.
It's been a real pleasure speaking to you, Sean Ajay from Keywatch Intersex Ghana. Thank you, and you are watching GTV Breakfast. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbors.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling healthy.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. Let's take a peek at I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate should be vegetables. So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Ah, can I show what is written on the back?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn.
So what's your pleasure than Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning. So never skip breakfast.
GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
National happy birthday to you, DJ Tisco. You know that on Fridays we can't do without you. Congratulations on your birthday. Special birthday shout also going out to David Enchel, who's a super awesome cameraman. He's looking at me right now. I'll make the sound Valerie and I make, but we're on national TV. So, Mercy Wellington, we love you. We miss you on the breakfast show. Happy birthday to you too. And Cynthia Duck, today is your birthday, like all the February bonds. We love you. Month of love, sending so much love to you. Acknowledgement to London Restaurant for allowing us to use your premises to record that interview with Shona J, and we are grateful to management for making that happen for us. London Restaurant is at the Kotoka International Airport. We are grateful to you for granting us the opportunity. We are going to look into relationship matters, and there's a question that some have asked that we'll be seeking answers from the people who have joined us on the panel. But before we get into that discussion, let's take a quick message from Quick Credit, who are sponsors of Your World, or the Yellow Couch segment on Breakfast.
From GBC Studio One, this is the Breakfast Show.
Wait, tell me what it. Hey, tell me what. Tell me, beer.
They ma worry me. Watch me, you come 1 week, Mr. Oh. Now,
yes. Buga, now then. Senior, name me and ma cut down my business is a collapse. I'm out of bank. So, who take quick credit in car? Quick credit? Yes, quick credit. Who pesika? Eddie Astatia, you may be. Who here be seen Eddie Atru Judim? We are government and a private worker. Who pesika de ati hot so? We are Bosumi Juma. Who here Sikadia Bibin Tempe so? Quick credit, Bema loan, and what you are in Kakra. Now, and let just some Cassian say. A collateral free loaner, susu, savings, account opening, and a deposit as MBN. You hear me say, who Ghana card 2022 year, 1 year Juma, now one hour young. Who need excuse here? Quick credit to 03022 00390 69 20833. But see, na quick credit check us out.
And we're back. Thank you, Quick Credit, for sponsoring this segment. Communication, having someone to talk to and having an open, honest conversation with the person you're in a relationship with is one of the most beautiful aspects of a relationship, really. You go through something and then you rush home to say everything that happened to you during the day to your partner, and it's beautiful. And people always say, yes, be honest and be open and upfront. And there's no rule about what you should or shouldn't share you are in a relationship with, but to what extent can you share information from the past with your present partner is a question we are asking. Of course, we know you're sending your messages to our WhatsApp number 05555610034. In the studio to help us with this discussion, Kelly Daniels, relationship consultant and family advocate. Kelly, welcome back.
Thank you very much. It's been a while.
Well, you're here now.
Yes, I am.
Next to him, Matilda Quay, presenter and show host at Lifestyle TV. Tilly, welcome.
Hi, thank you.
So we are talking about how much of your past you can disclose to your current partner. Okay. And the question always comes up, well, if you hadn't done things in the past, there would be nothing to say. So should we think about what we are doing now so that tomorrow perhaps we might not have stories to tell? Is that the way to handle this? And I'm just starting from a soft bounce off when it gets interesting. Okay. So should we manage things in the now so that tomorrow we don't have stories to share anyway? Kelly?
Okay, so you don't do things because you want to have a clean record tomorrow. You live your best life now to make sure that you have a conscience you're proud of. You live your best life now, giving yourself all the health your mind needs. If your mind is not healthy, your life will not be healthy. So when you think about that, you would make the right decisions in terms of choosing right company, in terms of doing things just right.
But right is relative, isn't it, Kelly?
Well,
so what's right for one person may not necessarily be right for someone else, unless legal matters.
Well, I would want to take right from a perspective of truth. There's a difference between facts and truth. Fact is what I convince myself is what should be. Truth is, considering every factor possible, this should stand. Now, that for me is right.
Right.
Because facts can be created by any personality, any sect, or anybody, any organization. Okay, this is what what should be. So that's fact. But truth is, considering every possible angle to this matter, this one is what stands out the most. So this now becomes rights. That's why we call it fundamental human rights.
Okay. So Matilda.
Yes.
Should you limit what you do in the present so that you don't have to necessarily disclose it to a future partner?
Okay, Thelma, I think you should try and be yourself. You know, when you're yourself, it makes everything simple and easier. You know, sometimes people are trying to be what you're not, and that's what causes a lot of damages in relationship.
So if you're true to yourself then, and you live a certain life, at what point should you come clean and say, you know what, I did this? Should you even do that?
Oh, yeah.
Don't think so.
So no, there.
I don't think so.
You see, I thought this would get quite interesting.
Yeah.
So yes, because
I made a choice to be in a relationship with you. Love is not about feelings, emotions, or orgasm. Love is a commitment to make your life better with my investment into you, whether or not you give it back.
But you give it back.
Yes. When we both think that way, we'll be both fine, because
but
you're
love
looking
is
up
also
to me.
about feelings and all the things you mentioned. It's not. It's all part
Those
of it.
things are secondary expressions of what true love really means.
So what's the primary expression of love then?
Commitment to truth. Commitment to truth and stability of mind to ensure that your life gets better.
Commitment to truth. Can you come
Yes.
clean? You said no. Why? Or why not?
Okay, so I think when you really tell your partner about your past, they probably pick one or two and probably use it against you if they're not right for you. So it's better you don't tell nobody about anything from the past, so you can figure out on the present, because that's the most important thing. Everybody come with their own baggage, you know, so you need to focus on the present and not bring anything from the past or tell them anything from the past.
So nothing from the past at all for you, Matilda?
At all.
You find that problematic?
Yeah.
You found out that your partner had kept something from her past from you?
That's the whole point. So I love you enough to want to be in a relationship with you. And so there's a difference between transparency and wisdom. Okay. No relationship will enjoy smoothness without transparency, but every relationship will die without the application of wisdom. Now, what do I need to tell you? I need to tell you that my past, the part of my past that could affect our continuity. If it doesn't have a direct effect on who we are and who we should be together, I keep it to myself. You don't need that piece of information.
So now you're going into Tilly's territory, because she says
not exactly
keep it to
though.
yourself.
She says keep everything away. I am saying I would reveal the part that makes us come together, not tear us apart. And if I feel that this will tear us apart, there's a dynamic that I would use to address the matter even before it comes.
If
we need to
Matilda
know
had
the rules.
bells on her ears, we'll be hearing gling, 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 because she keeps shaking her head to everything that you're saying.
I will tell, because if you find out stuff about my past you can't deal with, the relationship is over anyway.
Which is why people do.
I think
Wait
it's easier for men
until you find that person who can relate with where you're from, where you are, and where you're going.
Okay, Tilly.
Tom, I think females get judged easily. I won't tell you about my past. I won't tell you, because with men it's easier for you to say.
Let's set let's draw certain lines. So when we talk about not telling you about my past, which aspects of our past are we talking about? Because I get the feeling that you intend for this to be one particular line of your life. So which aspects of your past would you categorically not tell your current partner about?
What happened and all that, I wouldn't tell you.
So your previous relationships and what happened for those relationships to fall apart.
Yeah.
But wouldn't that be a stepping stone for improving perhaps your current relationship? Because if they knew what that other guy did to hurt you, then potentially they know what not to do in the relationship. How about that?
Okay, so I was the good one anyways. I know, seriously, I was the good one. I was the good one. I will always be the good one.
They were always wrong.
Yeah, they were always wrong.
Yeah,
they were always wrong.
Yeah, so then you tell the man how not to treat you, and then your relationship is better for it, is what I'm suggesting. Does that make sense?
It is. So I feel when a man is with a woman, just don't listen to the outside world, because people are always going to be people. Saying stop lying and lying and lying, and when you get to find out, and that'll be too late. That by that time, I'm just out of the relationship, so you're lost. I remember like, oh Matilda, I'm sorry for making stupid people coming in between us because I was stupid. I said, I got that. That was just
the man admitted that he's been stupid.
Yeah, because you listen to other people, so it was never my fault. So I can never tell my new guy, do you know this what that will happen? I can't do that.
Okay. Kelly.
I think true friendship is a revealer of everything. And I'm just going to be careful not to say the part that's going to make you feel I am not the right person to be, because I know I am. So what I do is...
But isn't that also dishonest? Because you're only showing a side of yourself. I can tell you everything,
literally, personally, besides being a relationship consultant. This is me talking. I can tell you everything about myself. I don't mind. But how mature are you to handle the kind of information I divulge? I see that your brains are not at par with mine with being able to deal with damage control and possible hazards and possible mental toxicity. We can't roll.
So I get this a lot, especially from men, and the argument always is, I can't trust that you deal with the information I give you.
My point exactly.
So when in doubt, leave out. A key journalism principle is in play here in relationship issues. But some find that also an omission, which is amounting to dishonesty. Because if you know that the information you're keeping from the person is likely to cause the relationship to disintegrate, then you're being dishonest, because you have to come clean.
That's why, from scratch, you need to be the person's friend. You guys have to feel the true genuineness of friendship. When friendship, we say everything. In relationship, we try to manage stuff. So build friendship to the point where the person knows, even if he doesn't know black and white where you've been, the person has an idea of what your temperament is like, what your likelies and likes are, and your dislikes are, and your maturity capacity. Every relationship is not for boys and girls. It's for two mature adults trying to make their lives better together. So if it's not going to make your life together, it's not worth talking about. If it's ever going to be talked about, it's about how we can eliminate it from our midst and not make it harm us.
Okay, so then I'll come to you again, Kelly, and I'll ask, when is the right time to bring up, according to you, those essential things from the past that may have a bearing on a current relationship?
Right. Well, we might not have all the time, but quickly go on Instagram right now, follow me at Kelly Daniels Office, and send me your personal questions if you need to. At Daniels Office on Instagram, follow and then send me questions if you want to, right? At Kelly Daniels Office. When is the right time to talk to someone about your past? How much friendship have you built with the person to gain your personal security? Because it's all about security. The greatest value a woman has in a relationship is not money or sex, it's security. The greatest asset a man will look out for in a relationship is attention. Does she give me all of her? But with women, they say, am I secure with him? So when that is established, you know you can be naked and not ashamed. But then even at that, you've got to find out the person's ability to deal with issues on a general. You can just throw something to him and say, oh, a lady did so and so to a guy the other day. We were sharing it in our office. What do you think about it? How he flares up or how he relates with that matter gives you a vivid example of how he's going to deal with yours if you tell it to him.
Exactly why perhaps Matilda is saying
and that's why he could actually internalize it and never speak about it, but will never give you the chance to prove yourself because he feels that's how you are.
Do people even believe that trick anymore? That, oh, if I'm asking for a friend,
you
know, you
come
to your friend. Sometimes you come to people and you say, oh, somebody is going through this. What do you think? But 9 times out of 10, chances are it's you.
It's you. Yes, no, but there are always ways to know about. That's why you need to get to know this person before you don't. In relationship is not hamburger.
So don't say it right at the start.
Let it grow. Let the process grow. But don't keep him in the dark. What's the difference between darkness and transparency? Transparency is who I am.
You take it or leave it.
This is what you see is what you get. However, darkness is I am not exactly what I'm portraying to you, and I don't want you to find out the other side of me. That's so evil. Transparency is this who I am now.
In one breath, you're saying...
No. It's a balance. It's a balance. See, this is who I am right now. This is me. This is Kelly Daniels. Whatever you see about me is who I am. What I show you is exactly who I am. That's transparency. But keeping you in the dark is, I've done some things, or I'm actually doing some things I don't want you to know about, which will make you obviously walk away. That's darkness. That's keeping you in darkness.
So then
it's
that
two
comes
different
to
things.
you, Tilly. Yeah. So you're keeping a potential suitor or a current suitor in darkness if you do not disclose certain aspects, according to Kelly, of your relationships in the past. And then, you know, being upfront and saying this. How do you react to that?
I'll give you a typical example.
Okay. So
let's Tilly finish.
Sure, why not?
So you're talking about if it happens to the guy or myself, because I'm still not disclosing anything.
But would you expect a guy that you were seeing to disclose his previous relationship issues or certain aspects of them?
No, he can, but I still wouldn't trust him, because with time that whatever would still come out. You know, people can pretend who they are very well.
So you still maintain that you will not say anything?
I won't.
Would you expect
what
him
about
to?
When he does it, I'll listen to it though. But the thing is, I'm still not trusting you now, because it might be a fault from the woman, not yourself. So I'm probably will listen to you, but I wouldn't probably take it serious.
But then if you're not taking it serious, then how do you then trust that you're really getting to know this person? Because trust is a key element in a relationship, as far as I know.
The key element, actually.
So that's why you're my friend.
Okay.
So if you're my friend, I can easily trust you and hear things before it gets to relationship is a different thing altogether.
So you would never, you're maintaining this.
Exactly, I won't.
Never say never. You're still maintaining the never say. You can join the conversation. Send your messages and your suggestions to our WhatsApp number 05555611034. Multitail will be reading some of them very soon. Quite interesting things you are sending from what they are telling me. But hold your horses. We are trying to get some answers for you. You maintain that you will not disclose anything.
Not at all.
But you would listen. But would you expect that he shares those details with you? So there's an expectation and then there's an action. Would you expect him to?
Yes, I would.
You would expect him to tell you his secrets, but you won't tell him.
No, because it's not secret.
That's
on my side, because it's me, like Matilda. This who I am. I tell her the truth one time, and that's just it.
This matter.
I don't feel though.
Typical example. I'm dating you, or I am married to you. Now, this relationship is about the progress of us. And then I get to find out that in the past, you have, and I don't know this crazy thing people do, you have gotten a visa by some way of marriage. So you're actually married to someone, although not married to the person, and you're doing life with me. You think I shouldn't know about that?
Inkrata 70.
So tell me what's up before you met me. This is what I'm dealing with.
Okay, so now it brings me...
These are the things I'm talking about. Or we're actually married. But then you say, oh, I need to go to the US to fix this and that and that. So I've gotten the visa and I'm going. Oh, brilliant. In the first place, why would you do visa stuff without letting me know? These are the things I'm talking about. And then you do that thing, and then you go. 2 months, 2 years, you're not coming home. What's up? Oh, work. I now get to find out that you are actually supposedly married in that way to someone, although you guys are not doing life together. But it puts me at... That's what I'm saying, that there's a difference between being transparent and being in the dark.
Most times they are.
This is
they
a
are
matter of
in
being
every
in the
sense
dark.
Of
and this is not what I can deal with.
But so then I ask the follow-up question. What exactly should you disclose? We know one, if you're married, you definitely should tell your partner that you are currently married or you have been married in the past. You definitely need to tell somebody you're with your marital status, you know, legal marital, not what society thinks.
Dating you for 5 years and even actually get to marry you only to find out that you had 2 children before I met you.
So second point,
these are the things of the dark I'm talking about.
Your
yes,
partner,
your marital status, your health issues. I need to know what I'm going to deal with for the rest of my life. What's your health situation? How do you breathe? How are your knees? What's your blood like? Have you got stuff in your head you need to deal with psychologically? So if you have bipolar, I need to deal with it. I'm not saying I'm rejecting you because of your supposed deficiencies, but you're educating me on how to deal with you should those things arise. These things are necessities in relationship. What's your family like? So I know the kind of in-laws I'm going to be investing my life with. These are fundamentals. What's your educational background? Just in case I get a fantastic job for you.
But those ones are not your past. Those are your present. So if you're telling...
your mother is a witch, will you tell me?
But who determines witchcraft? Is there scientific
no, if you know. So
how would I know? And what kind of proof would work for you? Because if assuming somebody prove that you can't.
Kelly, we're in a relationship right now. I need to tell you, my mother acts weird sometimes. This is what to expect, this is how to expect it.
But that may not be the past, that may be a very present something.
Because of so and so that have happened in the past. So get prepared for it. So that the day I show up at your door and your mother backs at me, I don't back out of the relationship. I was pre-told that this is what to expect. So when it happens like that, I respond to her with a smile and a hug. She's broken, she's soft. Oh, this guy is not what I wanted him to be. I thought I was chasing him away and now I'm falling in love with him. You cannot do without 100% transparency with wisdom. Wisdom is the key thing here.
I think it's the wisdom that's given everybody the little room to wiggle out of the full disclosure conversation, because then you can always say, well, and I've heard this a lot, I didn't think you could handle it, and so I keep lying to you, and I will keep lying to you so long as I feel you cannot deal with the truth. And I personally have a problem with that.
Kelly Daniels' office on Instagram, okay? Kelly Daniels' office on Instagram. So this man builds a life with this woman for 15 years with 4 children. Married. But before they got married, this man says, I'm busy, I'm abroad, so you find an apartment we could rent and so we can pay, the rent. So she says, okay, I'm going to find one. 2 days later, she says, okay, I found one, so send me the money, I'm going to pay to the landlord's account. Landlord is also abroad. So every year they pay the rent for 15 years without fail, only for this man to realize that the house of which he's been paying the house rent for has been the wife's personal property all the while.
Smart woman, some would say.
How would you deal with that? Smart or cruel?
Some would say smart, some would say cruel.
Smart, lying to the spouse of her life, the father of her children.
So I'm going to play the advocate for the smart side here, and then I'll play the advocate for the wrong side. So a woman is entitled to her own property.
So state it.
You think that property you own should be one of the things you disclose to a current partner.
What is marriage
even
about
if you got
anyway?
it in the
We should
past.
know that's the whole point of transparency. We should know everything. It's not about, I mean, when you keep stuff like property away from the knowledge of your spouse, you're telling me that this marriage is conditional, just in case. I don't do just in case to get married.
I was about to do the just in case analogy. That
no,
just in
you don't
case
do just in
something
case.
comes up.
Then
The
you don't
woman
know
is
what marriage
married.
is about. No, you don't do just in case when marriage is a covenant, not a contract, baby.
I'll pick Matilda short, but let's quickly, shoot off to Multity. She's at the screen now. She's just reading your messages and laughing, and she's having a good time on the screen. Titi, what are people saying?
A lot of messages pouring in. With relationships, this is on the hearts of a lot of people. This is somebody you're living with for the rest of your life. And let's start off with good morning. No, this is related to the Sean Ajay interview early on. The Abdul says, telling your past to your partner will not shape the relationship, but the present must be well focused to understand why the past was like that. He's Abdul inside Atunsu. He says hi to Telma and his guests. This is what Abdul is saying. So he's saying that it will shape your relationship better when you have a talk about this. Eric from Volta region, your past, I think he agrees with Matilda there. That's not telling your partner about your past is better.
Yes.
Somebody also says, Gremont is saying, I am not interested in your past. I am only interested in your present and your future. And a lot of the males are saying this.
What they're hiding. They know what they're hiding.
Good morning, Thelma. I don't think we should tell our partner about our past because any small misunderstanding, they refer you to the past. This is Oscar Glaga, so another male there. Mina Hunter is saying, with the hashtag GTV breakfast, past relationship experience disclosure, knowing the behavior and maturity level of your partner is that which will necessitate disclosure of the past experience. More so, if a disclosure of one's past will create a jealousy or mess or displeasure, then I would advise there be silence. I think he agrees with Kelly that when there's exposure and everything, you have to trust the person's maturity level. And with Kelly, you have to be truthful but apply wisdom when talking about your past. Kelly is winning, right? Matilda.
Love you.
Efia, her message is still rolling in front. Is saying, I will tell my partner everything about me before engaging myself in the marriage. I'm thinking that maybe some people don't have so much to hide, really, because some people have a lot of skeletons in their cupboard. This is Asam Peter from Zebila. He says he supports Matilda. Well, Matilda getting some people supporting somebody on Team Kelly again. The gentleman is on point. This is Gajoy. Good morning to your guest, Thelma. I will only tell my partner my past depending on how he handles situations. I will never tell him if he's temperamental or has a spirit of unforgiveness. I've been there and there's no way I'll repeat that mistake.
Exactly.
So it still beggars on the point that Kelly was talking, maturity. How is your partner accepting this? It's very bad to let your partner know about your past. All because at a little mistake, your partner will refer you there to the same issue of your past as a deadly and dangerous to him. Let me just try to fill that. Never even let your weak points in your financial or your health status. I'm sure he's trying to say don't let your partner know about your finances and your health status. I don't know how Kelly and Matilda see that.
Health is important.
Good morning. I don't think I'm Danny. Good morning, Danny. I don't think it's necessary to tell your partner about your past relationship or relationships because if it was something pleasant, you wouldn't have walked away from that relationship. I'm saying this because many ladies or guys use the same procedure. You tell them to break up with you once they think they don't want to continue with you. I don't know your thoughts on that, Kelly. I'm sure Thelma will take your thoughts on that, that your current partner can decide to break up with you based on the past. I hope you're fine and doing well. Let me take another message here. Past is past. This is from Jeff. Let's concentrate on the present. I am Jeff for me. GTV breakfast with a hashtag. For me, I don't think it's necessary to tell your partner everything though. This is what Josiah is saying. Hello, GTV. Good morning. I am Nuruddin from Kumasi, KNUST. Good morning, Nuruddin. Matilda is afraid she'll lose her relationship if she talks about her past to her partner. But nothing is hidden under the sun. Anything in the past will definitely come up one day unexpectedly. So it is important you talk about it before it surprisingly comes up. Matilda is afraid of losing her relationship. This is what it's very sad. It's very bad to let your partner know about your past. I think I've read this, and Thelma, these are the messages that are just pouring in.
So a split decision on the screen for you, Titi, on people's thoughts on of information from the past in a current relationship. Matilda, some votes for you, some against you. I
know.
And for you as well. We've talked about what you should tell your partner and why. We've talked about what shouldn't you tell your partner and why. Perhaps react to some of the things that we read on the screen. I'll start with you, Tilly, and then we'll get on to what shouldn't you ever disclose, perhaps. Tilly.
So I'm not scared to tell my partner about anything, you know, because it's not necessary.
Because you have too much debt, so you're afraid
like I told you,
if you tell,
like I told you, it was never my fault. You know, I'm being honest. You know,
but then we haven't heard the other person's side of the argument. So it's you, it's your word.
Men are some type of way, you know. It got some time. I have to always pray to even deal with this man. Like, men are some type of way. They always think negative about everything, especially you being a woman with all the curves and all that stuff. You know, niggas are like holler you and all that stuff, and they're friends. You know, I think
the line between what do you call it, deception and omission. If you're concealing the truth, because then someone could interpret it one way or the other. Tilly, I'm still on you. This table that I'm shaking.
Thelma. Honestly, I still wouldn't tell my present about my past relationship. Like I keep telling you, it was never my fault. And you know how men are. I can't start telling you about
our current relationship. How many relationships were you in the past? Because now, if I say it was never your fault.
Telling. Now you want her to tell you the number of people. She
said,
you know, like two of it.
Two, and it was never your fault.
It was never my fault.
Kelly, your reaction to what we've seen on the screen?
Oh, thanks for those who voted me.
And those who voted you,
go on Instagram, follow me at Kelly Daniel's office. Let's have a live discussion after now. But basically, see, except you don't want to do forever with me. If you want to do forever with me, then you've got to be transparent to me. And if you don't trust that I can deal with your past, don't date me. Don't marry me.
So don't
you live
date
in fear
a person
with
or
me
marry them if you
for
don't
the rest of your life. So these are no-nos for relationships. Insecurity with the person, don't date. Mistrust, don't date.
Sure.
Misunderstanding, like gray areas, don't date. Anything that makes you uncomfortable being your 100% self with somebody, don't date. Otherwise, you're at risk of destroying that relationship and destroying you. A lot of people are even scared to go into relationships right now because they are mentally injured, mentally bruised, mentally crushed. So they don't even know what to trust or who to trust. They don't even trust themselves because they went into relationships they weren't ready for.
But is it fair to say that if I choose to keep certain parts of my past relationships a secret from my current partner, then I necessarily have something bad to hide? I may just not want you to be privy to that information.
They say kiss and don't tell, right? Well, all of that. Yeah, I agree. Well,
you are saying.
Well, they say. I said they say. Okay. I heard that they say. Well, if I'm a woman and I'm married to you and I was married before, I would not tell you the size of where I'm coming from. That information is not necessary. It's not going to help your ego. It's not going to reduce your ego. It's not going to reduce anything. So why should I tell you that? Because you feel I'm dissatisfied with you. No, I'd have to make it work because you are the one I'm with now.
So another thing you can put on your list, apart from if you've been married before, you need to say it. If you have kids, you need to say it.
Yes.
Kelly is saying, don't discuss size.
Don't talk about size. Don't talk about size. Don't talk about
size of your bank account?
Don't. Oh yeah. That is very important. You must talk about. You must talk about. I need to know what you earn. You need to know what I earn, so we know what to do with our monies together.
So it's not the money you're talking about here. So what size do you mean?
No, I mean the size of every part of the body that you appreciate or not appreciate.
Some would say that if you told your partner that, for example, I liked light-skinned women, light-skinned men, shorter, taller, it's all just about getting to know what the other person likes.
That's what you should do with that. I mean, you shouldn't even be in a conversation with someone you don't like their skin color or their curves or the size of parts of their bodies. See, don't settle. I don't care how intelligent the woman is or spiritual.
Okay.
When you've checked those parts, don't settle for a woman of whose body type doesn't excite you.
Oh, okay.
Because when pull comes to shove, you wake up with this woman at the side of your bed for the rest of your life. You might either watch a horror movie or a romantic situation. It could either be the Beauty and the Beast or something else you don't want to think about. So yes, the person is intellectually sound, the person is spiritually sound, but do you like what you see? Don't pretend.
I think that would be a key call, especially if the previous partner was a different size or skin tone or something of that sort, right? If your current partner is light skin or you know, mixed race or very fair, and your past partner was, you know,
so he should bleach for you.
Tell me, let me tell you something. Most men don't know what they want. I'm telling you, they don't know. Like my past relationship, he go to the gym, and my present guy was like, Matilda, I like you the way you are, though. You should eat more. Like, they don't even know what they want.
Some of them.
Majority of you guys.
We're going to open the phone lines.
The one sitting with you knows what he wants.
Because
exactly.
Now there's a battle.
You know,
that's it. No,
seriously, and then you are here talking about body size and all that. I thought love doesn't mean all that. Like love.
Love is unconditional, but love is calculative.
You know what? You see the reason why I told you men don't know what they want.
I
know. And
our
love is calculative.
Listen. Why should I?
No, hey, honestly, though.
Imagine dating a man who tells you, I don't. Your chest is not as big as the last one. I'd prefer that you.
That's why you guys don't know what you want.
It's so wrong for a man to say that. You knew what you wanted. It's not me. It's them.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Calm down.
Okay. Let's open our phone line 054-366-4264, 054-366-4264. What should you tell your partner about your past? Should you tell your partner about your past is a question we are asking. Call us, and also remember to send your comments across to our WhatsApp number 05555610034. Don't call the WhatsApp number. Call 054-366-4264 and share your thoughts with us. Now it's getting personal on the couch. Matilda is insisting that she would not, because men, can I say sometimes don't know what they want?
Exactly.
And Kelly just says he does not agree. There's a caller who wants to share their thoughts with us. Good morning. Thanks for joining us on GTV Breakfast. Where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from near Dubias. This is Mina Hunter from Kubab.
Mina Hunter Franco Bab, it's awesome to speak to you. How are you doing? What do you want to contribute?
I'm doing very fine, by God's grace.
Are your bags packed for your trip to Akosombo this weekend?
You see, that's also another issue for the country.
Sure. So what do you want to contribute to this topic? Should you tell your partner, your current partner, about your past?
Actually, I would say yes. Actually, I would still say no, depending on what I posted, the maturity level. And, you know, if you are in a relationship, this is the reason why you should be in a long span of time with your partner before maybe you engage the person maritally. Other than that, you wouldn't know much about your spouse or your partner. So you have to kind of find a long span of time with your partner to know the behavioral changes, how he or she reacts to issues. Is he highly or easily tempered? All these things must be taken into consideration before maybe you kind of are ready to expose your past.
Frank, Barbara is listening, so let me just let you off the hook, because if she doesn't agree with what you're saying.
Oh, she does really agree to what I say, because we've been in our relationship for quite a long time, and we know our character or our characters. So I believe that's the reason why I'm kind of...
Right. Thank you for calling, though, and we appreciate your call. Mina Hunter Franco Baba, an ardent contributor to the show. He's just reached us from New Edubiase, and he's saying maturity and long courtship. So take time to know people, and then you would know what to disclose about yourself. But people also have different opinions, and if you share same or different opinions, you can call 0543664264, and we'll pick your thoughts on what you should tell your current partner about your past. The phone lines are still open. There is another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name and where are you reaching us from?
Good morning. My name is Kingsley.
Kingsley, what do you think?
This is actually something that has happened to me before.
Okay.
I think you should tell your partner about your past if you know that when he or she gets to know about it, it will affect your current relationship.
Okay. So if he can't accept it and you think that he might leave you, you should keep it to yourself.
Yeah, once you are very sure and confident that it is dead to your past, then there's no need telling him.
Then what do you do when the person finds out and he leaves you anyway?
No, but it's a dead situation in the past. But when there is something in the past that you know that he or she would find out some way, somehow, then you should tell him or her.
Right, Kingsley, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. So the maturity thing has come here again, and Tilly insists that it's not about the maturity. You just should keep certain things to yourself. Exactly. But it sounds like the more you attempt to keep things to yourself, perhaps the more you have to hide. And I put this to Kelly, I'm putting it to you, Tilly. If you don't have anything to hide, why are you keeping stuff to yourself?
Tell me, seriously, like I keep telling you, it was never my fault. And I think whoever that I'm with, anything you want to know, you can ask me, because I don't have nothing.
And if he asks you, you will tell him?
I would gladly tell him.
Okay. So
that's why it's better to test whoever you with than telling them about your past.
I'll put this note down for testing people that we are with.
Then telling them about your past. Many things could
go disastrously wrong. Let's see what our caller thinks about what we've said so far. Good morning, your name and where you're calling us from?
I am Samuel Malu from Abekala Pass.
Samuel, should you tell your partner about your past?
Of course, I'm strongly supporting the argument. It's good to tell your caller about your past. So that, some of them, marriage is about life thing. You are going to be with the person the rest of your life. And you have gotten into a relationship that didn't work for you. You don't need to take it by surprise once again. So you have to let the person know everything that has gone before.
Everything.
What you like, what you didn't like.
Did you say everything?
You can build up.
Everything about your past. You need to let your partner know.
You need to let him know or her know.
Would you want a lady you were going out with to tell you everything about her past relationships, how the breakups have occurred and everything?
I would be very, very, very happy. Yes, I would be very, very, very happy if that is what she's telling me. I will get to know what she don't also like.
But is there something you wouldn't want to know? Is there some information you would say that, you know what, this one I don't want to know? Would you ever say that? And what information would that be?
I personally, I wouldn't say I don't want to know certain things. Okay. Because that is what will keep us together. And I think anything that would not let the relationship work, we should know so that we can work it out.
Full disclosure for Sami here. Thank you for calling us. We appreciate your time. Sami says he wants to know everything. So it's about making sure that there's stuff that needs to be worked on that are out there to be worked on.
If that's the purpose of knowing what transpired before I met you, it's a good thing. Because the reason for which I want to know about your past must be that we should have a beautiful future together and not part ways with you thinking that you're not good enough for my future.
So then let's assume that has not happened. closure that you're calling for has not happened. Would it be right then for your partner to go looking for that information?
That's
and if
wrong.
he finds out, then how do we deal with it?
If it pops up, we deal with it. But if you need to go nosy about my past behind my back, I would break the relationship immediately because you don't trust me. Ask me directly. What was your relationship with? How many abortions have you had before? How many
Is that something you should tell your current partner, how many abortions you've had in the past?
Nope. I'm not saying...
Tilly says an emphatic N-O spells
it
no.
depends on... Listen, why would you not tell me you've had 21 abortions or how many?
Why should I tell you?
So why should I suffer in the dark when we are married and we are not having children and I don't even know what the situation is?
You go to an orphanage home and probably get a kid. That's what love is about.
I would do it happily. I would adopt a child happily knowing that you can't give birth due to so and so and I still love you regardless.
And not hold it
but
over.
No. If you tell me, if you committed abortions with somebody else while with me, you are a fraud.
So you're saying
if you committed abortions before you met me, that's your past. And I love you now. So I'm dealing with you how you are now, regardless of your past. So it means that I'm settling in my head, we're not going to have biological children. No problem. I still love you if that's what I want. Go and adopt. We are fine. Do surrogacy. I'm fine. There's a lot of ways to do it, and not even my shadow will know the past of yours that I know, because it's going to kill our relationship. So I'm protecting you for us.
So there's not a piece of information that you think, no, as for this type of information, don't reveal it to your partner. So
isn't
it's
it
a full on for you.
That I'm going with you to the hospital to fix your reproduction, and I don't know that it's something you did in the past, but you know. Come on.
So what do you do if your partner finds out something about you from your past that you haven't told him?
What I do is apologize if it hurts the person.
Yeah.
But the past remains where it was. It has no effect on who I am now. So I am sorry about what you've gotten to find out. I didn't know that I needed to say this, or I didn't know that it was going to hurt you in any way or kind. I'm sorry, but that's not me anymore.
Okay, I would have asked if a breakup is always the way to go after finding out the truth, but we are quickly running out of time. Tilly, 20 seconds perhaps, your last thoughts before we wrap.
So I still say it's still not important to tell your present relationship about your past. Anyways, it's really
Kelly Daniels, relationship consultant and family advocate, and the beautiful Matilda Quays, presenter and show host, Lifestyle TV. They've been sharing their thoughts about what you should tell your partner about your past. Tilly maintains you should keep zero. Don't say anything. Hello. Kelly says, in the interest of full disclosure and in the interest, bearing in mind maturity and wisdom, do share what may affect the future of the relationship. And we'll end the program here. We are sending key shouts to everybody at the Cardiothoracic Center at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. We love you guys and your work. And we'll be back again on Monday. We hope you have a lovely weekend.
I don't give them pressure, and my mind is scattered.